Good morning, everyone. This is Sharon Curran from Lenape Valley Foundation. I am the CEO here, and I am thrilled to welcome all of you to our conference this year. I see that we have 144 people right now with us. We're expecting about 200, so we should see that number go up a bit. I will start this morning with a little welcome, some introductions, and I'll pop back in just a few minutes to give you some kind of housekeeping tips for the day. But to start us off, welcome. On the behalf of Lenape Valley Foundation staff, administration, and the board of directors, I would like to welcome you to our conference. This event is so important to us each year. I think that we try each year to just make it better and better. We look for speakers throughout the year. We have a list that we keep ongoing here of who we vetted and we think that would be interesting to folks in Bucks County, and just cannot say how thrilled we are to host this and to bring it to Bucks County again this year. I know we're tired of talking about COVID, but we still need to talk about COVID. And I think that when we talk about suicide prevention and education, acknowledging the trauma that has blanketed our country and honestly our world in the last 18 months is very important. Those most vulnerable, any additional stress and added difficulty can just kind of pile on to the things that they're already struggling with. And when we talk about suicide and prevention in particular, we know that those things can add up to just a bigger burden for individuals to bear. So I think that this conference is timely. I think that we can all learn things from it. We have great speakers today, everything from veterans to children, adults. And it's the first year that we have an international speaker joining us. So I'm very excited that we're able to bring that this year to the table. I want to get an idea of who is in our group today, though. So we're going to pop up a quick poll here that I'm going to ask you to click on. So you'll see it on your screen right now. It says we want to get an idea of who is here today. You click on the little radio button next to what describes you. So professional in mental health, professional education, maybe it has affected family directly, survivor. And then you also have the option of, I prefer to not say, or other. So please right now click on one of these options. And as soon as we get enough responses, we will move on to our next event. So click in there, tell us which of these describes you, and it will give our presenters also an idea of who you are. So here we go. 63% are in the professional community. The next top, professional mental health. Next is education, family members, survivor, and then someone that I know it's affected. And then 18% is other. So thank you for answering our survey this morning. Next up, I'm introducing Commissioner Diane Ellis Marseglia. Most of you here probably know Commissioner Marseglia, and the first thing that comes to my mind is she's a social worker, and she has just championed suicide education and prevention, both personally and professionally. And we could not have a better ally in our corner in this county around our efforts on suicide prevention than Commissioner Marseglia. And I think that her prevention efforts as a social worker are just really so important to us. The one thing that I want to mention to you is whenever I'm talking with her or we're talking about education, we'll say, oh yeah, we're doing whatever. And she'll say, yeah, I'm doing that in my class that I'm teaching at Bucks. And so I'm always so impressed by how the things that she takes to the table of these brand new people coming into our field. And I think that's the moment to inspire people. And also when I was in college, suicide prevention was a chapter in a book. And, you know, we need more. And so I think having folks like Commissioner Marseglia teaching at our community college is so important, because I know it's not just a chapter for her, and that she really does talk about it more. So welcome, Commissioner Marseglia.
Thank you. And thank you, Lenape, for doing this every year. I can promise you we have a lot of great mental health professionals that are in school now and in the future. One of my things I give extra credit for my students is they all have to show me that they have the suicide hotline and the crisis line in their cell phones. So we have come a long way. I'm happy to welcome everybody here today. It's great to see how many people are at the conference. It shows how important this topic has remained. So you probably know that icebreaker where people are supposed to tell everyone something that you don't know about them. So I'm going to tell you something you don't know about me, and that is that I am incredibly superstitious, very superstitious. And I am telling you that because as soon as I say what I want to say, I need everybody to knock on wood with me, throw salt over your shoulder, burn some sage so we prevent any jinx here. I almost want to whisper it, but what I want to say is I think we're making progress. I think we are really getting somewhere on suicide prevention. And some of the tangible reasons I'm saying that, now knock on wood, is I think about when I was in school 45 years ago. I don't know that there was anyone in my high school class sitting in an emergency room waiting to be in an inpatient. I know it's frustrating today that there are so many children, so many adults waiting days sometimes for a bed, but the good news on that means that they are going to crisis. That means their parents are not seeing this as a stigma. They're taking them there. You know, that is progress. I get emails all the time. I see emails go into our hub all the time asking for people to refer them to therapy. And I've seen some thank you notes after people have connected with a mental health professional. That's a huge end of stigma going on right there. I also looked at the numbers, and knocking on wood, in 2019, we had 94 suicides in Bucks County. Last year, we had 70. This year, we're at 66. And it indicates that if the trend continues, we are starting to reduce things. One of the ways I also measure it is looking at the schools, and Central Bucks School District was the 12th of all 13 school districts to join with us. And they allowed NAMI and Lenape and all the mental health partners come into their school and talk to parents about mental health and suicide. Huge progress. They even let their students make a video about it. So that shows me how far we've come. And thanks to Lenape and some progressive police departments, we have crisis response training in police officers. And as of this year, we now have social workers and mental health professionals embedded in our police departments. So we are making progress. So what do we do? How do I explain this? I explain it because of conferences like this that have everyone in here. Hard work by Lenape, the Hold On Your Matter group, the county, NAMI, all trying to increase awareness, explain options to crush stigma, offering mental health treatment in our schools, having virtual therapy sessions available so that adults can stay engaged in their treatment has certainly made a difference. The fact that we now have suicide hotline numbers on buses and at train stations and in parks is certainly raising awareness and giving everyone a connection. So what do we do now to keep it going? We keep marching on. We keep coming to this conference every year. We keep supporting mental health professionals. We support the new hotline that's going to come out this year and make sure everyone gets it. We go to walks and make sure that we support suicide prevention and mental health. And importantly, we vote. We vote for people who believe in parity with mental health and physical health and who believe that mental health professionals should be paid a livable wage. So in closing, I thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to the future. I'm hoping we hear about one thing today that does concern me as far as prevention. So I just want to throw it out there. And that is our understanding of those last minutes, those last hours before someone does take their life. We've done a great job so far in trying to prevent it and trying to reach people before that happens. But there is a general, after my daughter died, I got a number of letters. I've gotten many over the years of people who survived their attempt at suicide and wanted to share those last hours and minutes with me. And over again, I heard this disassociation, this cloud, the shroud of darkness that came around them. And I think that's one area we need to move in, to figure out how can we intervene at that point. Is there some way we can warn people about those feelings so that they know what's happening and reach out quickly? So I'm hoping we might even hear about that from our speakers today because they are researchers as well. So thank you for letting me open this again, and I'm thrilled again to see everybody here. Have a wonderful conference.
Great. Thank you, Diane. Happy to have you with us again. I have to say, Diane has not missed a conference, so thanks again for being here. So housekeeping items, this is where I typically tell you where the restrooms are in the conference center and, the breaks and the snacks. Well, today I'm telling you a few different things. One is we will have breaks throughout the day in between speakers so that you have a chance to stand up, stretch, certainly take good care of yourselves. We're all about good self-care. And if you have questions as the conference is going on, you can type them into the chat, and we will be asking the presenters the questions at the end of their presentations. And some of them, if it's just an individual question, will respond. So we have folks they're manning the line, the chat, so that you can ask questions and get direction on anything that you need. The other thing is we do have continuing education credit for today from the NASW, which covers a lot of the professions. And so at the end today, you're going to be filling out a survey, SurveyMonkey, and at the end of it, you're going to get a link that takes you to your certificate so that you can print it out or save it as a PDF so you have it for your license renewal. This, many of you, it's not this year, but it's next year. So know that you will get your continuing ed certificate. Another question I've had is this recorded? If I miss something or I want to go back to it, it is being recorded, and we will be able to give you access to a recording at the end of the day. Other housekeeping things, let me just see here. That's it. So my next topic is presenting introducing our first presenter. I'm presenting Anna. And we are thrilled to have her with us here today. She is an associate professor of sociology at Indiana University. She received a BA in economics from Wesley College and then a PhD in sociology from the University of Texas, Austin. I'm hoping that you did not convert to be a Cowboys fan while in Texas, because, in Bucks County and around here, it's Eagles country. Anyway, her research examines the social roots of adolescence and suicide clusters, the mechanisms driving suicide contagion among youth, and how organizational science can help improve suicide prevention in schools. Her research on youth suicide has been recognized by numerous awards, including Science News' top 10 early career scientists to watch, American Suicidology Association Elliott Friedison Award, and the American Association of Suicidology's Edwin Schneiderman Early Career Award. Some of those are a mouthful to say. What I think this leads us to is that Anna is an expert in this field, especially around youth, which is a topic that is all dear to our hearts. So Anna, welcome, and take it away.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And yeah, some of those are a bit of a mouthful. So I'm here today to share some of my research with you all on the social roots of youth suicide and suicide clusters. Ultimately, I find that they really, some of those social roots go hand in hand and can help us understand both. All right, so before I proceed, I just want to acknowledge my wonderful collaborator, Seth Aberton, who helped collect this data. And as well as, of course, we are extremely grateful to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which provided the funding behind this research. So I always like to start by just giving away my take-home point so that you can anticipate where we're going and hopefully then understand the journey a little bit better. So my first sort of main point is that both youth suicide and suicide clusters have social roots, which means there are upstream factors that place youth at disproportionate risk of these events. And so we need to be careful to also consider how we address these root causes of suicide, as well as those moments that are more proximate to the event. And ultimately, I argue that if we neglect these root causes, we end up sort of missing opportunities for prevention, and we can even undermine any prevention attempts that go into a particular place. Now, I also like to begin when we're talking about a difficult topic like youth suicide, to note that most youth do reasonably well in adolescence. It is, of course, a period of developmental vulnerability. There's just so much changing from pubertal development to even schools become much larger and less sort of intimate. Elementary and middle schools are much smaller than high schools. Additionally, unfortunately, in the United States since 2007, we have seen these significant increases in youth suicide that are, a serious cause for concern and are motivating a lot of, renewed interest in finding creative and sustainable ways to prevent youth suicide. Now, one of the challenging things, which we've already kind of heard in the introduction this morning from your commissioner, is that unfortunately understanding why youth become suicidal, attempt suicide, or even die by suicide, so that's youth suicide and suicidal behaviors, is just extraordinarily challenging to determine. We basically have numerous risk and protective factors for both suicide and suicidal behaviors that we've identified in the research, but none of them are causal. What that means is that it can be really difficult to understand why one child with a set of risk factors escalates from suicide ideation to an attempt or even a suicide death, while a seemingly similar youth does not. So one of the reactions, when we turn to thinking about suicide clusters, our knowledge is actually even more limited. Our understanding of suicide clusters is really quite descriptive. We know that youth are more vulnerable to them. We know that just as with suicide deaths more generally, young men are more vulnerable to them than young women. And we also know that individuals with pre-existing risk factors before the initial suicide that sets off a cluster happened are more vulnerable to then dying by suicide as a part of the cluster. We also know that certain places, like especially institutions like schools or psychiatric wards or so on and so forth, are more vulnerable to suicide cluster formation. But beyond that, we have a really hard time understanding why suicide clusters happen. And of course, then that undermines our ability to prevent them. So one of the sort of solutions that's been becoming more sort of popular and acknowledged within suicidology is to basically change our question away from that sort of downstream crisis management, trying to predict exactly when a suicide will happen, to focus on upstream solutions. And some of that is actually really acknowledging how important it is to promote population mental health and address things like mental health stigma that can thwart help seeking. That some of those things that aren't specifically always about suicide can actually be really powerful ways to prevent suicide, but at an upstream level. So this is where I argue that the social roots of suicide can really matter. Doing some of those upstream interventions so that when kids find themselves to be struggling with their emotions or so on and so forth, anxiety, we can actually help facilitate their help seeking or even maybe alleviate some of that anxiety from happening in the first place. So what I'm going to turn to now is an in-depth case study of a community that I call Poplar Grove. It's in the United States, but I for their own anonymity, I don't share their exact location or the real name of the community. And what I'm going to do with Poplar Grove is I'm going to use this case to sort of illustrate how social roots matter and then help us sort of ground ourselves in this empirical case to understand how we might be able to also come up with some creative upstream solutions that can help alleviate suicide among youth. So Poplar Grove, it's a very affluent, highly educated, very privileged kind of elite community. And it has a very homogeneous population. About over 90% of the population in Poplar Grove is non-Hispanic white. It also unfortunately has a really enduring youth suicide problem. This suicide problem is centered around the one public high school in the community, which we call Poplar Grove High School. And essentially since 2000, at least 15 former and current Poplar Grove High School students had died by suicide. And most of those were concentrated in the period after 2007. So for basically over a decade, Poplar Grove has lost at least one high school student or college student to suicide. And many years they've lost quite a few more. Unfortunately, while we were doing field work, 3 youth did die by suicide, which was, on an empirical level, it helped us understand in real time how the community reacted, both in terms of postvention strategies and just, emotionally what it felt like to be in this community. So Poplar Grove meets sort of the definition for what's called an echo cluster. And what that means is that so many people who died by suicide in later periods or even in later clusters were actually impacted by early clusters, especially ones that happened in 2000 and 2007. So it can be really hard to like draw a line between one sort of cluster and another, even though there were multiple years when 3 students either died by suicide or had a near lethal suicide attempt within a delineated period of time. So to collect data so that we could understand Poplar Grove, we did 3 years of field work that largely ended in 2016. We did over 100 interviews with all sorts of people in the community, but especially youth, parents, people who worked in the schools, both in mental health and as teachers. But also we took a broad community approach and talked to people in public health, the emergency department, religious leaders, pediatricians, et cetera. We also did about 50 interviews with people who live outside of Poplar Grove who were bereaved by suicide to help us sort of understand what was unique about Poplar Grove and what was just a more general experience with suicide loss. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to basically describe 3 of the primary social roots of suicide that we found in Poplar Grove, and then I'm going to connect those social roots to individual vulnerability of suicide among youth. So the first social root that we found was incredibly intense and homogeneous, broadly shared, rigid cultural expectations about what made a good child or a good student, and also what made a good family. And so Doug, who was a mental health worker in the community, I think expressed this sort of cultural expectation quite clearly. The expectation and performance of students at Poplar Grove High School and the whole cluster that feeds into Poplar Grove, he means the cluster of schools, has been one of athletic excellence and academic excellence. And I use that word expectation on purpose because kids impose much of that need on themselves. But there's also this community expectation that we are Poplar Grove and we are going to achieve. Now, what was really interesting for me as somebody who's a specialist in adolescent development was that these same rigid cultural expectations that the adults endorse were also really valued in the adolescent society. And what that means is that kids basically had shared a lot of the same ideals as adults. So, for example, I've never heard so many conversations about advanced placement, and youth shared with us, like Samantha here, that a lot of social status was attached to doing well in school. Shannon was really interesting because she was basically what the ideal teen was, and she was very aware of it. And she said, I don't want to sound cocky, but I tend to be exactly what the Poplar Grove ideal is. I'm in student government, team captain, et cetera, but I still go out every weekend. Now, these rigid cultural expectations in some ways amplified the mental health stigma that does often characterize the United States. Basically, having a mental health problem was seen as being as contrary to that ideal of having a perfect kid or family. So what this meant was that if you were having a lot of anxiety, that was a sign that you were really struggling. And that could make it hard. That was at odds with seeming like you were doing well in school. So what this resulted in was that people would hide the mental health problems or they wouldn't want to discuss them. And when they were discussed in the community, it was more to deflect blame from themselves or to actively place blame on other people for the mental health problems in the community. So this mental health stigma, as I think Hannah exemplifies here in her quote, she shared, she's a teenager, she shared all the bad stuff gets covered up. Nobody wants to be like, I have an issue, and nobody wants to come out and be honest about it. So kids cover it up and try to act like they're doing well in school and being the Poplar Grove kid that they're supposed to be. So it gets covered up, and when it gets to the point where it's so bad that somebody would consider suicide, it's too late. So here we can see both elements of just general mental health stigma where bad stuff needs to be covered up. But we can also see that Hannah is tying it very specifically to her understanding of what it means to be a good kid in Poplar Grove, what it means to do what you're supposed to do. So in this way, we can think of these cultural expectations as really amplifying mental health stigma and making it even harder to seek help. Now, the third social root that I'm going to talk about was kind of surprising, and it has to do with the role of social connectedness in the community. Now, generally, you would think that a community that's just highly, highly impacted by suicide, it might not be very socially connected. But in fact, that was not what we found. In Poplar Grove, so many people had these wonderful stories about how connected the community was. And I think this quote from Isabel, like, actually was something that many kids mentioned. She said, "For me growing up, if I got hurt, I could just walk into any house crying with a busted knee and they would help." I love that sense of community that we feel. And kids often felt this in their neighborhoods. Parents also confirm this, like, nobody denies a request for support. Someone will always rearrange their commitments and help a family out. And we also saw this in real time in the community. And Jim, he described this as feeling like there's a safety net around you at all the time. So this is a really high degree of social connectedness, which we would expect might help protect kids against suicide. But what we actually found was that the social connectedness had some real downsides that probably anyone who's lived in a small community can anticipate. And one of those downsides was that people really cared about what other people thought. Additionally, kids' actions were tied to families' reputation. So there were kind of some high consequences if your kid was behaving in a way that didn't meet those cultural expectations that we talked about. And then additionally, we found that private information easily became public through gossip. And this included sort of really private information about kids' mental health. So one example of how really personal information could become public comes from Margaret, who was a mom in the community. So Margaret shared, "I don't know this family very well. I only know what I've heard through the grapevine. Emmett, who had committed suicide, he was in and out of a mental institution a couple of times, is what I understand. He was on medication, he had counseling, et cetera, et cetera. His parents knew about it. The last fight they had was, 'Emmett, you're getting really bad again. I think it's time for you to go back to the hospital.' And shortly after that, he killed himself. That's the rumor I heard. It's qualified, but it's still a rumor." So this example is very interesting because Margaret is very aware that she's just sharing rumors with me, and she does not know this family personally. Now, I was able to interview people who were actually quite close with Emmett and very familiar with the circumstances that preceded his death. And in fact, a lot of this information is pretty accurate, indicating just how intense that private information can actually become become public through gossip. And we saw a lot of instances of this in the community. Now, one of the things as we try to understand this sort of surprising effect of connectedness in this community has to do with the power of reputation. So Poplar Grove, it is an elite community. It's a highly desired community. It's pretty much the most elite community in the county and the state, and one of the most elite in the state. And people in Poplar Grove really feel that sort of power of reputation. As Sarah, who's a mom who shared this, she says, Poplar Grove is Poplar Grove. Everybody wants to get in because they think they're missing out if they're not in. And in some ways, then that results in people feeling pressure to maintain the level that people associate with the area. So that again just amplifies the importance of being that good family or being that good kid so that you maintain the reputation. So I'm going to turn now to talking about consequences that these sort of social environmental conditions had for youth mental health so that we can begin to see those pathways. So the first thing that we found was that this context was pretty stressful for kids to deal with. There was a lot of pressure, was a word that came up a lot. And this ultimately, so we find that these social roots kind of amplified the emotional distress of kids. And it was really specifically because it felt so hard to escape the expectations. So to illustrate how this felt for kids, I'm going to introduce you to Scott. So Scott is a teen from Poplar Grove, and I often call him one of my cultural rebels because he was quite savvy. He understood both the cultural expectations in the community. He was like, you have to play a sport, you have to have at least 4 or 5 APs, and we're really pressured into this. But at the same time, I call him one of my group of students who's a cultural rebel, he really did a lot of work as a teenager to reject these cultural notions. He had decided that it was not a good culture, and that in order to like ensure that he was living life, he needed to break away from it and do something that made him happy. He also was really clear that if he started a family, he wasn't going to do it in Poplar Grove. He wanted to be in a more neutral relationship or environment. So what I appreciate about Scott is just his ability to have clarity that these cultural expectations are not great and to try to reject them. At the same time, despite his like great work at understanding and externalizing some of those pressures, there is, still some ways that this ends up being really painful for him and kind of damages his sense of self. For example, Scott shared, I feel stigmatized. I feel like I'm not at the education level that I should be with everyone else. And sometimes I feel bad about it, like sometimes I wake up in the morning and wonder why I even tried because I know I'm not academic and we're a very academic town. So this was a tough experience for Scott. And he just sort of illustrates how hard it is for kids to kind of go their own route. And he had some support from his parents, which helped him do it, but you can see it was still just emotionally draining for him. Now, a lot of youth that we spoke with like raised this issue of the emotional pressure, to meet expectations. Vanessa, who is a young adult that we spoke with, a college student, she said, I put a lot of pressure on myself just because I saw all these other people doing so well. And it's a very toxic thing because you compare yourself to others so often it just gets crazy because you're trying to do better than everyone else. This pressure kind of got to me though sometimes. I get overwhelmed very easily, and there were times where I just had mental breakdowns because of it. And this was a theme that we heard from just tons of youth that we spoke with. Now, we also saw some evidence among the youth who died by suicide about the struggle to meet expectations. So obviously, youth who died by suicide, they're no longer with us, so we can't hear their voice directly usually. Perhaps if they leave a journal behind or something, we can have some sense of it. So what we did was we interviewed multiple people who were close to the individuals who died, doing a sort of sociological, social autopsy of their lives. And so in one instance, with Michelle, we interviewed quite a few people who were close to her, and one of those was Molly. And Molly shared something that many people who were close to Michelle sort of concurred with, which is that Michelle never felt like she could be perfect in her own eyes. She had explained this to me just a week and a half before she died. Even though on the outside, she's like the super athletic varsity athlete, stellar grades, headed for a great college to play lacrosse. But she felt like she wasn't doing everything right. And that was not very long before her suicide. Now, the second consequence that we found in Poplar Grove was the suppression of help seeking. We found that youth were just pretty much not at all willing to ask for help when they were struggling. And we found that this was really sort of tied to that mental health stigma and feeling like having even anxiety or depression or any sort of psychological pain that came with trying to meet these expectations was just not allowed. We heard that in Hannah, where she mentioned that all the bad stuff has to be covered up and nobody wants to admit that they have an issue. So it was really interesting to just kind of classify youth as help seekers if they lived in Poplar Grove, as opposed to in that comparison group. And what we found was that 32% of youth in Poplar Grove could be classified as help seekers, people who are willing to seek help from an adult, not just a peer. And this is really different in our comparison sample, where actually 67% of our respondents were classified as help seekers. And I will say that mental health stigma was quite prevalent in our comparison sample. It wasn't always easy for them to seek help, but in many more cases they did. So therefore, we see the suppression of help seeking. We also found this confirmed by mental health workers in Poplar Grove. He shared, as professional, Bill is one of them. He said, we try to get parents on board with coping with their kids' problems, but they don't want to deal with it. I think that's my biggest issue. You can see red flags all over the place, and the parents don't want to do anything, even to the point where kids can even threaten to kill themselves. And you call the parents and they say, oh, they're just playing around. Or I'll call and say, I think you need to take them in, and they'll respond, oh, they'll be perfectly fine. And it just tears you up inside. And the thing is that, 60% of the mental health workers, which is a kind of broad category with some people in schools and some people are actually clinicians with practices. We have to do that because it's a small community and we have to protect identities of the mental health workers and who are there. But 60% of them reported this sort of reluctance on the part of parents. And of course, parents who are working with mental health workers are the ones who have at least had some contact with that mental health safety net. Now, one of the other interesting things that we found was that many of the individuals who died by suicide were actually surrounded by friends and even parents and family who were actively trying to get them help and who were very open to helping them. And, Carrie is a young adult who survived a nearly full suicide attempt. And so she's a really interesting opportunity to understand why it was that she didn't seek help. Carrie had wonderful friends. She had people that she could turn to. She was really involved in her faith community. And yet when she found her distress spiraling out of control, it never occurred to her to seek help or talk to anybody about what she was experiencing. And when I tried to ask her why, she basically shared that the best way that she can explain her refusal to seek help, even though she had that amazing social net, was that it's the kind of person I became. I don't know if this goes back into that mentality where I just got to be a good person, where I just sort of became the person I was known as, and then saw myself as a strong, independent person that didn't need anybody guiding me. Now, Carrie was a really popular, student in high school. She was like top of her class academically. She was in student government. She was a varsity athlete on a high prestige team. And she just saw herself as somebody who was a leader, who was living up to those ideals. And ultimately, it was almost impossible for her to admit in any way, or even see that she herself needed help rather than just she was like a complete failure because she wasn't able to meet up these expectations, which is how she came to see herself when her depression and everything started interrupting her ability to engage in what she considered her normal life. Now, another consequence that we saw in Poplar Grove, and this relates to the mental health stigma, was the development of passive views about suicide. And I'll explain what I mean in just a second. So this mental health stigma kind of was also tied to this fear of talking about suicide. And so the school really did not want to talk about suicide with you. They didn't ever do any sort of mental health first aid or no gatekeeper trainings like signs of suicide or QPR. At the same time, youth are talking about suicide in this community. They do it over text amongst at their school, online after a suicide. And what it meant when the adults in the school or even the community are not involved in any of these things, youth were basically making sense of suicide on their own. And that could lead them to draw conclusions like that suicide could just happen to anyone because they kept seeing these really popular students die by suicide. So they looked like they had it all and then they were just gone. And so youth just felt like suicide was just something that could just happen to you, which of course, we know that's not how it happens. It's always preceded by some sort of serious distress, psychological pain that overwhelms a person's capacity to cope, right? But that wasn't what was publicly seen. And so youth had a lot of fear and not a lot of agency about how to get help. So this that's completely undermines like the sort of, we want kids to know how to get help, to know the warning signs, even in their own selves, so that they can, take appropriate action to get support in times of need. So one example of this suicide is something that can just happen to you comes from Grace. She says, kids were just like, oh my gosh, that's going to be us, meaning someone who dies by suicide. We're all going to stress out and lose it. Even if your life is great, you can still just snap one day. And this is also important that you can see here that Grace is really tying her understanding of suicide as resulting from the stress. And she experiences her life as being under great stress. So suicide is suddenly not something that applies to other people or just happens to other people, but it's something that could happen to her. Even if her life is great, she could just snap one day. This is not really factual, and so this is not information that I like for kids to have. And I will say that like after a conversation like this with a student, we did provide some education about warning signs for suicide and clarification, just to ensure we were also leaving kids with information that they might need after an interview. So this resulted in the expansion basically of suicide as an option. For example, Becca, who does have a history of suicide ideation as well as self-harm, she shared, "I've wanted to get away from having all these problems and seeing all these other people go through these same problems and their answer is suicide. So why can't my answer be suicide?" All right, so just to summarize what we found in Poplar Grove, basically we found that the social connectedness, when combined with the local sort of mental health stigma and the homogenous and narrow culture about what was a good kid, really generated additional stress and pressure for youth that resulted in increased emotional distress and psychological pain. It also suppressed help seeking when kids were struggling. And when that was combined with the repeated exposures to suicide, the lack of effective postvention or education in mental health or suicide for youth and families, it ultimately resulted in the interpretation of suicide as a means to escape this oppressive context. So we not only had that sort of increase in vulnerability through psychological pain, but we also had the expansion of suicide as an option. And so ultimately this resulted in an amplified sort of environmental vulnerability to suicide in this particular community. So if we turn to like our question about why suicide clusters form, I think being very, very considerate and very conscientious that there can be environmental pathways, that we can see suicide clusters as more likely to emerge when the social environment doesn't satisfy youth psychosocial developmental needs. So we can think about this like in Poplar Grove, where we saw youth struggling to have their psychological needs met, where there are cultural values or social relationships that the word help seeking. But we should, as you know, especially as researchers or public health or policymakers, we should be careful to think about other ways that that social environment might place kids at disproportionate risk of either the formation of suicidal thoughts or other mental health problems or emotional distress, as well as ultimately suicide. One thing that I'm working on right now is thinking about how mental health safety nets in schools may not be sufficient in schools that are sort of disproportionately vulnerable to suicide clusters. So we can take a sort of more safety net approach to thinking this through. If we think about improving our understanding of suicide, you know, one of the leading theories of suicide is the interpersonal theory of suicide that stresses that that individuals are most vulnerable to suicide when, you know, these three things that are in these circles on the screen coincide. Thwarted belongingness, we have trouble feeling like we belong. We perceive ourselves to be a burden to people that matter to us. And then the acquired capacity to die by suicide. So if we think about sort of bridging this more sociological work that I do with this more clinical psychological theory of suicide that is more focused on that immediate risk of suicide, we can actually think about how these social contextual factors, these social roots that I've identified, how they actually shift kids' ability to belong. We can think about some environments as like really making it easier to belong, to feel like you matter. We can also think about how the social environment through repeated exposure impacts acquired capacity through our sort of normative understandings of why people die by suicide or when suicide might be an option. So if we turn to thinking about suicide prevention, which is of course what I'm terribly passionate about, and probably I share that with many of the people on this Zoom, is that suicide prevention, basically, we need to think about interventions that it can address not only those moments of crisis and supporting kids in crisis, though that's really important too, but we also need to think about how we can address some of the upstream social roots of suicide. And I see this as like a real opportunity. It can actually expand what our toolkit for suicide prevention, or even what we kind of conceive of as suicide prevention. For example, in the education world, which I also work in, whole child educational interventions are pretty well established, and they actually involve supporting schools and developing a focus that's more inclusive of mental health promotion into the, you know, the fabric of schooling. Now, we don't usually think of that as a strategy for suicide prevention, but if we think about the social roots more generally of suicide, we can begin to incorporate things that, like, you know, interventions to diminish academic pressure and so on and so forth. So I'm quite sort of optimistic. So let's, I'm going to spend my last moments here talking about how we can take these ideas about the social roots of suicide and begin to like sort of leverage them in pursuit of solutions. So one of the first things that I think is absolutely essential is we need to empower youth to participate really actively in suicide prevention. Now, I've shown you what makes youth miserable in Poplar Grove in an effort to help us understand how important these social roots to suicide are. But what makes youth miserable in Poplar Grove is not necessarily going to be a sort of universal experience. We can think about other things that might impact, that might be these sort of social roots, like social rejection among LGBTQIA youth. And we do have some research looking at mental health in these LGBTQIA populations. And it does show that some social environments are more sort of hostile to youth with these social identities than others. And then that can sort of amplify their vulnerability of feeling rejected, feeling like they don't belong, and so on and so forth. You know, the TV show 13 Reasons Why was really interesting for a lot of reasons. It caused a lot of controversy. But one thing that, you know, I ended up watching it because I got asked so many questions about it. But one of the things that I actually really liked about 13 Reasons Why was it really helped, it really brought to light some of the pain around sexual assault and bullying and rumors that kids are dealing with. I think the show took youth pain really, really seriously and can then help us understand what the world looks like through teenagers' eyes. I didn't particularly appreciate how they handled suicide. It was really problematic and it was not my favorite, but I think we need to do well. You know, it resonated with youth, and some of that was because of the voice that it gave to their psychological pain. So in order to sort of find effective solutions, we need to engage our local youth and our local communities in finding solutions and asking them quite seriously, what is making it hard to feel mentally healthy in your community, and then help encourage them to be at the table. I think adults also have to listen very carefully and check ourselves and make sure that we're listening authentically and openly to youth. That's also really important. Now, we also, I think, need to challenge narrow ideals, and this can be, you know, the narrow ideals that we saw in Poplar Grove, but we can also think about this more generally in that sometimes that high pressure to go to college can just be, or to go to college in a particular way. Like in some places where I work, it's, you know, we denigrate going to a community college, which I just think is ridiculous because community colleges make a lot of sense in a lot of ways. And you can often get a great early college education there. But we don't always, you know, at least in Poplar Grove and other communities, sometimes, you know, when kids go to that community college before going on to a college or onto a profession, it can feel like you're not being successful. I think the more pathways we can help youth see and understand about how to transition into a happy, healthy adulthood with diverse sort of meanings attached to what, you know, success, the more we're going to be able to help youth sort of envision a future that's worth living. There are some school-based interventions that can help us challenge certain forms of narrow ideals. So there's our tools to help us do some of this work. We obviously need to continue our work to challenge mental health stigma. Mental health problems, I probably am preaching to the choir here, are no different than other forms of medical problems. They don't diminish other aspects of people. They deserve respect and treatment. Our valedictorian can also have a mental illness and still be as wonderful as, you know, as they would be without it. It's just, it's time to address some of these myths. As I alluded to, you know, shifting culture is possible, though it is challenging, right? And so we need to kind of begin to look at these evidence-based programs for shifting culture. One for shifting our narrow ideals around like academic excellence is challenge success, but there's also ones for mental health stigma, for just talking about suicide, and of course for mental health and suicide promotion that kind of do this sort of upstream work that can help us build that population mental health for teens. Now, when communities are struggling, I want to stress that it's absolutely essential to acknowledge community problems honestly. One of the things that was really sad in Poplar Grove was that the kids felt really, you know, frankly, gaslit by the adults in the community. They were like, this is not normal to have so many of my classmates or kids in my neighborhood or kids at my church dying by suicide. And yet, like, they felt like the community just wasn't doing anything, that it just happened again and again and again. And adults, it just was, it really interrupted the trust between adults and the community and teens. I also think it's really important that we avoid passive language for talking about suicide. Now, we often hear this language about suicide contagion, and I really don't like that language, because like, suicide it's not contagious like a virus. You can't just catch suicide from exposure to it, right? And related to that, there's no copycat suicides. Nobody is like, oh, they just, monkey see, monkey do. That is absolutely just not the case. There's always some sort of individual psychological pain, or severe emotional distress that's happening. It's not just this passive, I see it and then I do it. Similarly, it can't happen to you like by a ripple effect. And one of the reasons that I really care about this language is because when I'm out in a community talking with parents, hearing that suicide is contagious or that it can just ripple through a community, it really triggers a lot of fear and misunderstanding. And there's neuroscience to support that. This, like, the metaphors that we use, they do communicate sort of emotional, they shape our emotions when we hear them. So if we can be careful about how we talk about these things, I think it can help us do a better job of being accurate in what we do know. I will say that on average, exposures to suicide does increase the risk of suicide ideation, so developing new suicidal thoughts, or possibly for some youth, a suicide attempt. But this is not because it's just contagious and it's not a passive experience. As we would expect, losing a classmate or a friend to suicide, or even having a friend attempt suicide, it's a very hard experience for youth. Youth grieve for years, just like an adult would. And so if youth don't understand suicide, and if they don't understand what to do if they feel suicidal, that is risky, right? If youth are left alone to make sense of their friend or their classmates' motives for suicide, that might expand whether or not suicide seems like an option that applies to their sort of circumstances. But if we step in and we talk to youth about suicide in a factual way, that does not increase risk of suicide. There's even more research than just but Matt Knock and Madeline Gould and other individuals have actually found that talking about suicide does not increase risk. So basically, we need to make sure that we are not leaving youth alone to figure out suicide on their own after exposure, and that we're supporting them, we're acknowledging their grief, we're acknowledging their experience, and we're walking as adults alongside them through that really tough time. So I like to really stress that adults in these moments really have one option. Do they share in the conversation, or do they ignore it? If they ignore it, they're leaving kids to figure it out on their own. It will not be the case that kids are not having the conversation. So we need to be very clear about that. Related to that, I really encourage every parent, every teacher, everyone who can, to really educate themselves about talking about suicide in a compassionate, factual, and helpful way. I think we have to be very careful that this won't, we can't assume that this won't happen to our family or to a youth that we know. So we need to be proactive. We need to be a part of the solution. And of course, like, especially in a pandemic, there are online trainings available, although I think in-person trainings are beginning to resume. But I use for my team trainings by Living Works. There's lots of fine trainings out there. I think also, just to share a few sort of tips about talking about suicide, don't try to change a person's mind. If a youth comes to you, or anyone comes to you and says, like, I am feeling really distressed, I'm in a lot of pain, and I'm actually thinking about ending my life, if you try to change their mind, or if you make it all about you, that can really invalidate how they're feeling and make it even harder for them to continue that conversation. And we really want that conversation to continue, as hard and painful as it is. So instead, just say things like that, that affirm their experience. Like, I'm so sorry you're feeling that way, but I'm so glad you talked to me about it. things like that. There was a really helpful podcast that came out recently from Shortwave that has some great tips on how to do this. Dr. Stacy Friedenthal also has some wonderful blogs called, top 10 things not to say and top 10 things to say that I highly recommend. Some things not to say: how could you think of suicide? Your life is not bad. This is from Stacy's tips. Don't you know that I'd be devastated if you killed yourself? How could you think of hurting me in that way? Again, don't make it about you, and don't pass judgment about suicide, like suicide is selfish. In terms of what to say, as I said, I'm so glad you told me that you're thinking of suicide. I'm sad you're hurting like this. That's a way to communicate, your own feelings without making it all about you. And then actually getting some, factual information about why they might want to die by suicide and whether or not they think they may act on their suicidal thoughts, so we can make sure that we're connecting them to the appropriate level of care if they are sort of closer to an active suicide attempt. All right, I'm going to stop there. I look forward to taking your questions. And of course, if you have any questions that you'd like to have me to address offline, there's my email address. I do make all the publications on which this presentation is based. They're available for free at my website if you don't have access to them through your local library. So thanks.
Oh, that was awesome, Anna. Thank you so much. So we do have some questions that have come through the Q&A. So what I'm going to do is just present them to you, and we'll work through the answer. So the first question we had, Anna, could someone please define suicide cluster as opposed to an echo suicide cluster? Like, what is the difference there?
Sure. Yeah. So a suicide cluster has a sort of annoying definition. So I'll tell you, it's basically, well, there's three types of suicide clusters. A point cluster is a cluster that is defined both by time and geographic place. So it's like that's a sort of typical cluster that might emerge in a high school. Because suicide clusters are essentially a disproportionate rate of suicide over a delineated time and period, that's a little bit of an annoying definition. So I think a more practical definition that's often used is either 2 suicide deaths combined with a suicide attempt, 1 death combined with multiple suicide attempts, or of course, multiple suicide deaths. In Poplar Grove, we saw all 3 of these kind of variations of suicide clusters, but there were at least 4 where, at least 3 youth died by suicide within like an academic year. And, Poplar Grove High School, it's a school of 2,000 students. So seeing the number of current students die by suicide, in this high school over time definitely constitutes a disproportionate rate. So an echo suicide cluster is just when you see those point clusters happening again and again and again over time in a particular place. And one of the reasons that it's called an echo suicide cluster is because people who die by suicide or attempt suicide in the later suicide clusters, they were actually impacted by earlier clusters. So in some ways, it's kind of like one initial cluster with like kind of a slow burn over time. So because it's hard to distinguish between those individual point clusters that have happened in Poplar Grove, that's why we call it an echo suicide cluster. Mm-hmm. There are also mass suicide clusters, which is where, we see that when a celebrity dies by suicide, and we see without a geographic limitation, a spike in suicide rates.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. So that initial cluster could echo throughout the community for years to come.
Yeah,
essentially what we're saying.
In Poplar Grove, even people in the last suicide cluster were impacted by the one that had happened when they were 5 years old, because the community was so tightly knit, and they went to the same church as the kids that died. So they didn't know the kids personally, but they were impacted by the mourning and that collective experience. And it just became part of the fabric of life in this community.
The story, or even the rumors about it, right, kind of lived on throughout the community. Yeah, very interesting. Another question here. Can you discuss the impact of social media on youth suicide and mental health issues?
I can. It's, I mean, this is an interesting time to have that conversation, right? Because I'm really curious to see the internal data that, places like Facebook and Twitter. I mean, of course, kids aren't on Facebook, y'all. So that's the other thing. There's a lot of challenges to studying this. So kids right now are more likely to use TikTok, Snapchat, and Instagram, all of which are much more difficult to study by researchers than Twitter or even Facebook. And so that makes it really hard to understand how social media impacts youth. So a lot of research asks youth about their social media use. So rather than looking at exactly what they're exposed to or what they're reading, we just have to ask them their opinions. Now, we sometimes see associations between using social media and harm. One of the challenges is we don't know if this is kind of a chicken or an egg situation, where it could be that some kids that are already more distressed spend more time on social media, or of course it could be that social media impacts youth and actually harms their mental health. And there's even some experimental stuff that shows both pathways are true. So I realize that everybody, I spend tons of time talking, especially to parents, but also to teachers and school staff. Like this, almost my full-time job with my research. And I know that people, especially adults, have a lot of concerns about social media. Teenagers sometimes do, but it's much rarer. In my conversations with teens, one of the things that they sort of stress is that adults don't get it, that social media is just how they communicate. And how it's just a part of their world. And so they often have some pretty savvy capacities to moderate their engagement with it or how they use it. But again, as I said, like it's going to be very interesting to see what the social media companies know themselves. Because they don't always share that data with researchers. They have much more data. They're also not confined by human subjects and ethics and privacy the way researchers are, which also is a huge barrier. So I'm sorry to not have like a simple answer. I definitely think that teaching kids and ourselves to be really healthy about our social media use and role model good social media behaviors, like especially, I mean, also think about how terrible this is for our sleep habits, right? So making sure that it's, we're doing things to role model healthy behaviors for kids will always be a good choice. I did see a brief question pop up. I actually do make my my slides available on my website. So you should be able to find these there as well. I don't know exactly where, I apologize, but these slides are available for free on my website as well.
We can post the link to her website in the chat at some point this morning.
Okay, yeah, wonderful, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, here's another question about suicide clusters. So what are the statistics on suicide clusters? How much of a problem are they? How common are they?
What an excellent question. I wish that I had an answer, but unfortunately, once again, one of the most frustrating things about doing research specifically on suicide clusters are the pretty serious data limitations that we experience. I suspect that they're much more common than we realize, but we just don't have any data on how common they are. And this has to do with the way that we collect suicide death data. It can be important. Well, we need to actually really improve how we collect mortality data in the United States. It's not as universal as it is, and then as it needs to be. And then sometimes I would actually argue, because we almost never, I know of maybe one state that is doing this, we almost never attach school information to death records, even in a private, I'm not saying public, but in a private research setting. So that makes it really hard to understand where suicides are clustering. And we have to keep in mind that schools are one of the most important social contexts of kids' daily lives. So if we just don't collect data on the exact environment that is being impacted by a particular suicide loss, we really undercut our ability to develop good science to guide suicide prevention.
Yeah.
So again, a slightly unsatisfying answer, which is just that I wish we had better data. I hope some public health folks are listening and we can build that, but right now we're limited.
Yes, our work and on the Bucks County Suicide Prevention Task Force, we're constantly trying to extract data from the county and surrounding counties so that we can understand better what's happening in our communities around suicide. And that has been a struggle. You know, the way the data is reported, the way it's collected, there's not a uniform way in which that's happening across the country, let alone in our communities. So that is a very good point
Exactly.
to take home today. Okay, we have another question. What do you think is an appropriate age to start talking to youth about suicide?
Oh, what an excellent question. You know, with my godchildren and nieces and nephews, I basically try to begin, you know, providing materials that help us begin to talk about mental health at a really early age, you know, and I tend to see suicide prevention and mental health on this really important continuum. So like I start with mental health, you know, whether like really early, and I see that as like suicide prevention. In terms of talking to kids really explicitly about suicide, there might be some variation. I don't think that there's any age at which you cannot talk to a child about suicide. In fact, I really appreciate resources from the Dewey Center, or I think that's how you pronounce it, but it's DOUGY, and they have really great guidance on how to talk to kids about sudden death, including suicide as well as homicide at any age. And so, you know, if your family is impacted, that might be a conversation that you need to begin having at like a very young age. And there are absolutely ways that you can do that. If your own child is experiencing distress, I think that, you know, depending if it's elementary school, well, then, you know, we need to start having that conversation in elementary school. I think by middle school, it's absolutely possible to begin having these conversations more generally, and just making sure that kids know that we're there to support them and that they can turn to us no matter what they're experiencing. So, you know, I guess I will acknowledge that one thing that I think suicide prevention researchers and policymakers are trying to deal with right now is that we need to find strategies to implement suicide prevention in elementary schools. It's sad that that's where we are, but that's a really new push. And so we're still working on how to do that well in an elementary setting beyond just that more general social emotional learning that's so critical.
Yeah, I feel like here in Bucks County, we've done a great job in getting into our high schools, and we continue in those efforts, providing QPR training. You know, that's gone a long way. And as we go down this road, I feel more and more hopeful that schools are opening up to these ideas of, you know, early intervention and talking about mental health wellness. Okay, we might have time for one, maybe two more questions. Are you aware of any specific research that correlates with your work in other countries, Asia, Africa, Latino countries, South America? Any?
Yeah, actually I am, you know, so, and in some of my publications, I review them. So if you want like a list of kind of some of the publications that where we've seen this, but you know, actually the anthropology of suicide, which is often also medical anthropology, there's actually a very rich set of findings and studies that that have similar sort of analyses of suicide clusters, and looking at the role of culture and the meaning of suicide, especially the role that plays in the formation of these sort of suicide cluster problems. So like, for example, Lisa Stevenson has a beautiful book called Life Beside Itself in the Canadian Arctic, where she examines the meaning of suicide and caring for each other and caring for life in the Canadian Arctic in an Inuit community. There's also a book called, there's several others, I'll just say, and particularly in Asia. There's a scholar, Dr. Kitanaka, with a wonderful book called Depression in Japan, which also examines the cultural meaning of suicide in Japan and really illustrates how varied cultural meanings of suicide can be. There's also a scholar that I admire very much, Lauren Golbus, who has done some of this work with Latinas in the United States, illustrating how they sometimes use suicide as an idiom of distress. So that once again, kind of bringing that the importance of cultural meaning to the foreground. So yeah, there is actually some pretty wonderful work. Michael Kroll has also done work in Native American communities that finds similarly. He also finds really some things that he shares with my work is also just the importance of acknowledging a problem when it's happening is critical to actually recovering from a suicide cluster. And incorporating youth was also something that he found was critical to, like, becoming a sort of ending a sort of suicide challenge. So
yeah. No, thank you for that. So we certainly are just about running out of time here. I just want to thank you for that presentation. It was wonderful, great practical information that we can use in our work here in Bucks County. I often say that I do a lot of QPR training in the community, and I often say when there's a suicide death in our schools, we need to be talking about it immediately as adults and guiding that conversation in our youth, because they're talking about it. They're
Exactly.
chatting about it. They're Snapchatting about it. They know more than we do as adults in the early after set of that, that death. So I can't thank you enough. Hopefully you'll hang around and listen to some of these speakers, but you might have to get going. And I just want to thank you again for participating today, Anna. Great research. Keep up the good work. I'm looking forward to more of your research as the years come by.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was wonderful to be here.
Great. Thank you. All right, we're going to go into a break at this point. We are going to be coming back at 10 a.m. sharp. So it's break time. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Sharon again here. I am introducing our next speaker, coming to us from Scotland. So this is the first time that we have an international speaker. So Dr. O'Connor, you're a first here at our suicide prevention conference. So I'd like to introduce Dr. O'Connor. He is a professor of health psychology at the University of Glasgow in Scotland. He's president of the International Association for Suicide Prevention and a past president of the International Academy for Suicide Research. He leads the Suicide Behavior Research Laboratory, which I'm sure that he will be talking about in Glasgow, Scotland. And he is a leading suicide/self-harm research individual. And so we'll be talking to us about that. He has edited several books. He has written several books. I think his recent is When It Is Darkest, Why People Die by Suicide. We are so excited to have you here today. I want to remind everyone here in our group, we have 184 people right now online. And also from other countries online. I understand that we had a question from Belgium during the last presentation, which is exciting for us. If you have questions for Dr. O'Connor, please just type them into the chat and we will get to them. The other thing was we tried to put out there a couple links for everybody here. And so if there are other links and things, we will get them to you. Other questions that come up, we do record. And so we will have a recording available to everyone at the end of this. I don't want to take up your time. So Dr. O'Connor, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon, and I'm delighted to be joining you from Glasgow. I wish I could say sunny Glasgow in Scotland, but when I look out my office window, it's pretty wintry here. So, but over the next, I'm hoping to speak for about 50 minutes and then have time for some comments or questions. I'm going to talk about the work that I've been doing on suicide research and prevention for about 25 years. And it's going to be structured around, as Sharon mentioned, I published a book on suicide this year, When It's Darkest. And it's my attempt to bring together my understanding, what I've learned both professionally and personally about suicide and its prevention in those past 25 years. And what I've tried to do is bring together people's stories, people I've met in my journey in research who've sadly been bereaved by suicide or have attempted suicide and have or have taken part in our research studies, but also really to try and give a voice to people who have been suicidal and a voice to those who've been bereaved. And I speak as somebody who's been twice bereaved by suicide myself, and about close important people in my life, and I talk about that in the book. So really, I'm going to take you through hopefully a narrative of trying to understand suicide, hopefully in the context of a model of suicide that I've developed, but really which is grounded in research. But it's not just grounded in research. It speaks, I hope, to people, and certainly people, the feedback I've had, it speaks to people who have been bereaved or who have been suicidal themselves. So in terms of the details of the book, as I said, the book is sort of my culmination of 25 years of working in the field. And as you can see here, it covers the whole spectrum of suicide prevention, from understanding suicide in part 1 to tackling and dispelling many of the myths around suicide. And I'll touch on a couple of the myths that still persist in the field of suicide and suicide prevention today. But then at the heart of the book in part 2 is trying to make sense of suicide. And any one of us, or every one of us, it doesn't matter what our role is in terms of being a family member or a friend or a colleague of somebody who's suicidal or somebody who's died by suicide. And we're all trying to make sense of what it feels like to be suicidal and what it is, such that so many people, over 700,000 people die by suicide each year. And then I try and understand or make sense of suicide in the context of the IMV model, my model of suicide, the integrated motivational volitional model, which I'll outline during the talk. And then part 3 of the book is focused in on interventions, on what we know in terms of the evidence base for the psychological evidence base, both in terms of psychological longer-term treatments as well as brief interventions. And I'll talk about safety planning towards the end of the talk today, as well as there being a chapter of it in my book. And then part 4 really is trying to draw from best practice and my experiences of, we're often telling people to ask somebody, if you're concerned that somebody is suicidal, ask them whether they're suicidal. And again, what I try to do in the book is provide some guidance and tips on how we might do that, because of course, that's a really difficult question to ask, as it is in this sort of chapter 13 there, supporting those who are suicidal. So I'll touch on working with people who are suicidal or self-harming. And then the last chapter then is focused on the aftermath of suicide, surviving the aftermath of the absolute devastation of a suicide death. Okay, so much of the talk today will be focused in on parts 2 and part 3 and bits of it, but hopefully it gives you some sense of the work that we're doing, and I genuinely hope it is helpful for you too in the work that you do. As I said already, what I tried to do with the book was combine the personal with the professional, and telling something of people's stories, including my own experience of bereavement, and how it impacted me on the work that I do, given that every single day, almost for the last 25 years, I've been doing research or doing something on suicide and its prevention. And what I've really learned from those experiences, as well as all of us bring our own mental health experiences to the table. So I've tried to do that in the book. And so ultimately, it's my journey through suicide research, but crucially, it's drawing from the really invaluable experiences of others who I've met along my journey. Okay, so with that sort of broad introduction, let's get into the nitty-gritty of the structure of what I'm going to say for the remainder of my time. So I will touch on, as I've started to, on the scale of suicide. I'll say something about what the impact of COVID has been and what we know thus far in terms of suicide risk. I'll then move on to speaking about some of the myths around suicide, which is really interesting from my perspective of working in the field now for 25 years, is that it's looking at how some of those myths have persisted and continue to persist over that 25 years. And then I'll get right into the nuts and bolts of the IMV model. And then one of the key challenges, I think, in the field of suicide research and suicide prevention, any of us is we're trying to understand what is it that differentiates somebody who thinks about suicide but goes no further from somebody who acts on their thoughts. Because crucially, to answer that question or to understand that process is at the heart of suicide prevention. Indeed, I often describe it as the sort of one of the holy grails of suicide prevention research. And then to end then on a sort of a more optimistic note, I'll focus in on safety planning, which has obviously garnered a lot of research and practical attention in recent years. So the work, as Sharon has said, is conducted where I'm based, much of it at the University of Glasgow in Scotland and at the Suicidal Behaviour Research Laboratory, which I have the honour of leading. And a lot of the work that I mentioned today has been conducted by colleagues in Glasgow as well as obviously internationally. So in terms of obviously the scale of the challenge we all face when we think about suicide prevention, I think it's always useful to remind ourselves of the scale of the challenge, with the most recent data from the World Health Organization suggesting that at the very least, 703,000 people die by suicide globally each year. And we also know that that's clearly an underestimate because there's a whole range of issues which impact on the accurate reporting of suicides. And the way suicide is classified and reported is different in every country of the world. And it's also worth highlighting, again, this map illustrates it quite nicely, is that the impact of suicide globally is not uniform. And indeed, over 79% of the world's suicides happen in low and middle income countries. So it's always important to remind ourselves of that. And that obviously, although many of you will be based in the United States, and of course, suicide is absolutely devastation in the United States, as it is in every country of the world. So that's one way of looking at the scale of the challenge that we all face, and we're all here today to understand. But there's another way to look at the ripples of suicide. And again, if we start with the 703,000 deaths by suicide each year at the center, and thinking of the devastation behind every one of those deaths, building on the work that Julie Carell in the United States has shown, Julie is trying to estimate what the number of people impacted by suicide and for each death. And Julie estimates now that for every person who died by suicide, potentially 135 people on average will know that person and potentially affected. So if we look then at the ripples of suicide globally, then that's something like every year, 95 million individuals potentially affected or knew the person who died by suicide. Now, of course, not every one of those people will need support, but many of them will. And one of the things which has become clearer and clearer as we focused on understanding the impact and the bereavement following suicide is that it often isn't necessarily those who are closest to the deceased who are most affected. Of course, those in immediate family members and friends will be affected, but there's others in that ripple, in that wider circle. So even though you may be distant, or an individual may be distant in relationship to a person who dies by suicide, they can still be affected. And indeed, because it could trigger in them their own experiences of being suicidal themselves, or their own experiences of loss that they have also directly affected. So I think it's really important that we do, when we think about postvention, that we take this broader approach. And another way then of thinking about the impact of the ripples is that every 40 seconds somebody dies by suicide, and at the very least 20 more people will attempt suicide. And again, that suicide attempt estimate is likely to be a gross underestimate. So that was sort of the data before COVID-19, and our world has all been turned upside down since COVID-19. And many of us working in the suicide prevention field were really concerned about this perfect storm of factors that may come together following COVID, the social isolation, the economic turmoil, people being trapped in their homes, and the concern about maybe domestic violence, and a whole range of factors coming into play. But when we looked at the data thus far, in terms of what do we know thus far about the impact of COVID-19 on people's suicide rates, thus far, the data have been broadly reassuring that we have not seen this increase in suicides that some people had predicted. And indeed, this study that was led by my colleague Jane Perkis in the University of Melbourne and Anne John in Swansea in Wales, under the auspices of the International COVID-19 Suicide Prevention Research Collaboration. There's a whole range of us from across the world who came together to try and pool our resources, but crucially to monitor suicide risk. And hopefully if we can monitor suicide risk, we can intervene and reduce that risk. Now, this study, which was published earlier in this year, is the most comprehensive to date looking at the impact of the pandemic on suicide rates. And as it's clear here, there are data from 21 countries across the globe, including data, obviously, from the United States. But again, what's worth highlighting before I give you the key conclusions is, in this study, we were able to compare suicide rates before the pandemic with suicide rates post-pandemic. Now, it's really important to highlight that this paper only looks at the suicide rates up until the end of July last year. So that is just the early phase of the pandemic. But as I've noted, the findings have been broadly reassuring because there was no evidence, no consistent evidence in that early phase of the pandemic of suicide rates increasing. But we need to be vigilant though, because as we all know, we're now in a different phase of the pandemic. And as we recover, each country is recovering and emerging from the pandemic in different levels and different ways, the risk still remains, especially with the economic consequences. But also, in addition to looking at suicide data themselves, we've been really highlighting this message of the importance of being vigilant and maintaining that vigilance, because most of the data thus far have been from low and middle income countries, or from high income countries, sorry, not from low and middle income countries. We need to be really, really careful. And the other thing we don't know to date is those statistics I've just cited focus on the overall suicide rates. They haven't looked in on particular groups of people at risk. So for example, young people, because we know that young people's mental health was being more adversely affected before the pandemic. We know that people with pre-existing mental health problems, they're also especially vulnerable. So although this is reassuring, it's important to be vigilant. But also around the same time, just to give you a few slides on a study we've done, since the start of the pandemic in the UK, and other studies have been conducted in the United States as well, we've been trying to monitor the mental health of the UK population. And it really highlights this message I've just said about the importance of looking at subgroups of people who are at risk. And indeed, if we look, we looked initially at people's mental health and well-being across the first 6 weeks of lockdown in the UK in spring of last year, and we're able to monitor people's suicidal thoughts. Because although obviously the data I've touched on already is the suicide deaths, if we can monitor suicidal thoughts, that might give us some early indicators of people who are at risk and people who we should be targeting with extra support. So at the end of last year, we published what are known as the first 3 waves of that study. And we asked people about their suicidal thoughts across 3 time points in the first 6 weeks of the pandemic. If we all think back to that early part of the pandemic, there was such uncertainty. Now, what our data show, though, is quite concerning, is that if we look at the overall adult population, there's clear evidence, if we just go from waves 1 through to 2, through to 3, even across that short period of 6 weeks, there's evidence of an increase in suicidal thoughts across all adults. So that maybe gives us some early indication of we need to have cause for thought and pause, because there may be vulnerability hidden away if we ask people about their suicidal thoughts directly. And indeed, then if we look at some subgroups, we get an even more concerning pattern. And there's been similar data being published in many countries throughout the world now, is that even in that early phase of the pandemic, it's our young people, it's the youth who've been most affected by the pandemic. Their mental health, in this case, looking at suicidal thoughts, is much higher. We just look here at 18 to 29-year-olds, the green line, their mental health has been most affected. And that's, even though I've just talked about the first 3 waves, as I said already, and I'll touch on this in a couple of slides' time, that adverse impact of suicidal thinking in young people persists across the pandemic. So it could illustrate evidence of vulnerability moving forward as the months and years of recovery continue. And although it looks as if there are females in this sample, the women are reporting higher levels of suicidal ideation than the men, that's not statistically significant. But if we do another closer focus, a deeper dive in a couple of other groups at risk. I mentioned already, we've known from pre-pandemic times that people who have pre-existing mental health problems are of course more vulnerable. And that's very clear here. These are individuals who before the pandemic had higher levels of, or had pre-existing mental health problems. Their suicidal thoughts by wave 3, 20% of them are reporting suicidal thoughts. And that's compared to those who without any pre-existing mental health problems, 6%. So a real illustration of that stark difference of vulnerability and inequality. And then if we also look more recently then, we've been able to tell a pattern of what's happened since those early waves. So those data with those with pre-existing mental health problems and with the young people, that just covered up until the first 6 weeks of the pandemic. So here's just some preliminary data right up until March of this year. And what's clear is that we see this initial increase in suicidal thinking, as I've touched on already. And then suicidal thinking for the adult population looks as if it's been pretty stable. Now I'm going to return to that in a second because I'm going to do a deep dive, one final deep dive before I move on in young people in a second. But overall, it looks not too bad in terms of there's no increasing risk. But if we look at other indicators of risk, depressive symptoms and loneliness are increasing. Defeat and entrapment, which I'll return to in a few minutes' time when I focus in on my model of suicide, they're increasing. So what this illustrates is when we're trying to think about suicide risk moving forward or the impact on mental health more generally of the pandemic, we need to look at different indicators to get a full and comprehensive picture of risk. Now, one last slide on this study. I said I would do a deep dive again on our young people. So now if you look at our young people again, so again, this left-hand figure, so this is data right across the whole period of our study, across the duration of the pandemic up until March of this year. And what's really concerning is amongst our young people, this 18%, they're reporting the highest rates of suicidal thoughts that they have across the whole of the pandemic. Now that, the reason for really highlighting that is, as we now think moving forward, that this is a group of people we really need to be vigilant to. And because young people feel their futures have been affected, their job prospects have been affected, as well as the fact that we knew before the pandemic, there's a growing increase in mental health problems in young people. And then the other group I think is really important we focus in on are people with pre-existing mental health problems. Because again, the adverse impact of the pandemic is still evident in that group. So just the last comment on this slide then is that yes, as we recover, it's great that we've got our freedoms back, but the impact of the pandemic is going to be long lasting. So we need to be so vigilant. And I don't think I can say vigilant often enough. Okay, just thought that'd be useful, giving us some sense of the scale of the challenge we all face in understanding risk. But I thought it would be helpful to say something then about the myths around suicide. And the reason I think this is, well, for me, particularly interesting is when I think back to the 1990s, when I was starting out as a long-haired researcher in Belfast in Northern Ireland. I'm Irish. One of the first talks I gave to the general public on suicide had a slide which included the myths around suicide. And the slide included each of these myths. And so when I was writing my book and I was reflecting on my sort of journey and how the field has moved forward, I was reflecting on the myths that I first talked about in the 1990s. And the sad reality is that each of these 14 myths that I first was talking about in the 1990s are still prevalent and evident today. Now, they're probably less prevalent, but they're still common. And the problem with myths is myths obviously can pervade some groups more than others. And myths can also lead to stigma. And anything that leads to stigma prevents help seeking. And anything that prevents help seeking increases suicidal risk. And so I think it's so important that we all, I think, have a duty and a responsibility to try and dispel these myths. Now, I'll just touch on two for the purposes of today. And again, they're described in a full chapter in the book. Myth number 4, asking about suicide plants the idea in someone's head. Now there's no evidence at all that you asking somebody whether they're suicidal, that it does indeed plant their idea in someone's head. And many of you working in the field of suicide prevention will be well aware of that myth. But the reality is lots of people aren't aware of that myth. And indeed, if we look at the research evidence, there's evidence that if we ask somebody directly about whether they're thinking of suicide, A, it could be the start of a life-saving conversation, and B, there's empirical evidence that by asking that question, that people who are asked it are more likely to get the help and support that they require. Or another myth is number 12. Number 12, improvement in emotional state means lessened suicide risk. And this is a concerning one because it's this idea that, and sadly, over the years, I've encountered and met so many family members in particular who have, their loved one had been really depressed, but in the days or weeks before the person took their own life, they appeared much better, their mood had seemed to have elevated. And the reason number 12 is a myth is because often we are falsely reassured, or we can be falsely reassured, that because somebody's emotional state has got better, that means that their risk of suicide has decreased. And the reason it's a myth is because what we think happens is that if somebody's in the depth of a depressive episode, for example, but in the depths of that episode, they resolve that suicide is a solution to their pain, is a solution to their problems, that they resolve, they found a way of ending their pain. And as a result of ending their pain, or in their mind, they've ended their pain, their mood lifts. And the concern then as the mood lifts is that the person maybe has the capability and the cognitive capacity to plan and carry out the act. Now, of course, if somebody's emotional state has improved because their medication has started to take effect, or their treatment, their psychological treatment is working, or the crisis which was associated with their suicidal risk has been dealt with, well, of course, we can understand why the mood would have lifted. But the point here is that unexplained improvement in emotional state, which is important. Okay, so I just thought it'd be useful just to touch in on those myths. And again, there's a full description of them in the book. And again, I think people like me and all of us, I think, have a role of trying to do what we can about dispelling these myths. Okay, so moving on then to understanding suicide. So I've touched on the scale of suicide and the myths around suicide. There's lots of different frameworks associated with suicide risk. And then this slide is just put up to highlight the complexity and the recognition that suicide is genuinely the result of this, sadly, this perfect storm of factors, which can be biological, which can be psychological, sociological, cultural in nature. But to my mind, ultimately, although there's that complexity, ultimately, I think suicide is a psychological phenomenon, because sadly, an individual makes a decision to end their life. And that decision is not a true decision because a person is so overwhelmed with pain, but it's still a decision itself that an individual engages in this behavior, this absolutely devastating behavior in the case of fatal suicide. And so what I'm really going to focus in on for the remainder of the talk, if we look at these proximal factors here, I'm going to focus in on my model of suicide, which looks at this sense of entrapment and this idea that what drives suicidal behavior or suicidal thoughts in the first instance is this unbearable mental pain. And it's this unbearable mental pain that people who are suicidal want to stop or to end rather than somebody wanting to die. So the key driver for suicide is ending pain rather than ending one's life. And I think that's a useful way for us to think about suicide. And so the remainder is I'm going to focus in on that sense of entrapment now. And that sense of entrapment is at the heart of the model of suicide that I developed and published originally in 2011 and then updated in 2018 with my colleague Olivia Kirtley. So again, it's beyond the scope of today to describe this in detail, but what I want to do is highlight two key points about the model. The first key point is that if we're trying to understand the emergence of suicidal thoughts, why somebody becomes suicidal in the first place, what we're trying to understand is a sense in which somebody feels defeated and humiliated by life from which they cannot escape. And they're trapped by that mental pain. And that sense of defeat or humiliation could be triggered by feelings of rejection or loss or shame. But it's that sense of then that leads to defeat and or humiliation, and we're trapped by that. And suicide is this ultimate attempt to assuage that entrapped pain. And that's called the motivational phase of the model. That's the central portion of the model, which argues that suicidal thoughts emerge from these feelings of entrapment. And then the other key message about the model is that the factors that lead somebody to act on their thoughts of suicide are different from the factors that lead somebody to become suicidal in the first place. And that transition from thinking to action to suicidal behavior, according to my model, is governed by this group of factors within the volitional phase. So these volitional phase, it has a group of factors called volitional moderators or volitional factors. And I'll return to those in a few slides' time. So then the take home thus far from the model is two things. Suicidal thoughts emerge from feelings of defeat and humiliation from which you cannot escape, that sense of entrapment. That's point one, and that's the motivational phase. And then point two is this: if you're understanding who's more likely to act on their thoughts of suicide, we need to focus in on what are these volitional phase factors, which I'll describe in a few slides' time. So then the ultimate message there is the factors that lead you to act on your thoughts are different from the factors that lead somebody to become suicidal in the first place. And indeed, we've done lots of studies looking at the importance of entrapment. And this is just one example, which is this longitudinal study we did with a sample of young adults in Scotland. And the key take-home message here is we're trying to predict suicidal thinking over a 12-month period. This sense of internal mental pain, this internal entrapment, together with feeling a burden, the sense of burdensomeness that Thomas Joyner talks about. These are the key two drivers when we do these multivariate analysis, which are so important in understanding suicidal thinking. And so my argument is, if we're trying to understand suicide risk, we need to understand entrapment. And if we're to understand entrapment, we need to know how to measure or assess this entrapment that I'm talking about. And again, when we're trying to understand that sense of entrapment, we have to understand that it's a pathway, that people feel defeated, and then that defeat leads to entrapment. In this case, is internal entrapment, and then that leads to suicidal thinking. And then that understanding of entrapment is what becomes a target. So what can we do to make somebody feel less trapped? And that's a key message. Now, in terms of how we assess entrapment, we used to use a scale called the entrapment scale, which was developed by a colleague in the UK called Paul Gilbert. And Paul Gilbert developed 16 questions to assess entrapment. But obviously in a clinical context or in a research context, 16 questions is a lot to be asking. So we've recently published a 4-item version. And if you just see, so the questions are simple. Things like, I feel trapped inside myself. So that sense of just being, I feel trapped, or I feel I'm in a deep hole. They're tapping into this internal entrapment. And so the message here is that if we're trying to understand suicide risk, we should be trying to understand these sorts of factors and then work out what are the things which are contributing to your sense of entrapment? What are the things that lead you to feel defeated or humiliated or rejected and so on? Looking at that social context, because there's often these social drivers of risk. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say about the entrapment for a minute. So I've highlighted the importance of entrapment. Another factor we've done quite a bit of work on recently is loneliness. And I think loneliness is important now in the context of COVID or recovery from COVID when there's evidence that loneliness has increased over time. And that we recently looked at this in the context of what the evidence base says. So this is, don't worry about the details of this meta-analysis, but what it looks at is all the evidence out there looking to see, does loneliness, we know loneliness is bad for heart disease, for death from heart disease and from cancer, physical illness, but is there evidence that loneliness in and of itself predicts suicidal thinking and behavior over time? And the answer, the short take-home message from this meta-analysis is yes. Loneliness predicts both suicidal thinking and suicidal behavior prospectively over time. But it seems to be accounted for by people feeling depressed. So if you're lonely, you're much more likely to feel depressed, and it's the depression which is the risk factor for suicide or suicidal behavior in this context. And indeed, we looked at this with regard to my model of suicide. And again, if I just highlight the key message from this study, this is a study of healthy adults. And all I want you to take from this slide is, up here what I'm indicating represents people who tell us that they're both feeling lonely and they're feeling trapped. And you see this double whammy here of people who feel both trapped and lonely are much more likely to be suicidal. So again, the take-home message here is when we're thinking about suicide prevention, we need to think about how we tackle the fact that people who feel disconnected, people who feel socially isolated, people who feel lonely are at increased risk of suicide. So what can we do both at an individual and a community level to promote that sense of connectedness? Okay, so that was just giving you an insight in terms of the importance of entrapment in the suicidal process, and another factor, loneliness, which is also important. Now, in the last part of the talk, I want to shift focus to trying to understand this awful transition, the likelihood that people make the transition from having thoughts of suicide to acting on those thoughts. So in the book, I describe this as crossing the precipice from thoughts of suicide to suicidal behavior. And this quote is from a mother that I met some years ago, who's still tormenting herself because she'd never asked her son directly whether he would act on the thoughts of suicide. And sadly, he died by suicide. And all of us in the audience who've been bereaved by suicide ask ourselves and torment ourselves with questions like this, those what ifs question. So in terms of those what ifs question and trying to understand that transition from thinking to acting on your thoughts, we return to my model and we return to the volitional phase. And that was, if you think back, that was that right-hand panel on my model. And all I've done here is blown that section up to make it more easy to read and understand. And so the message here is that these people who have thoughts of suicide, so in the blue here, the suicide ideation and suicidal intent, they're more likely to cross a precipice to suicidal behavior if they have the presence of these 8 factors here. And those are things like, so if we look at the first one, if you're having thoughts of suicide and you've ready access to the means of suicide, you're more likely to act on your thoughts of suicide. Number 3, that if you have thoughts of suicide and you have been exposed, in other words, you know somebody who's died by suicide or attempted suicide, you're more likely to act on your thoughts. Or the more impulsive you are, more likely to act on your thoughts of suicide. And then the next 2 come together in the context of Thomas Joiner's concept of capability, having the capability to carry out the suicidal act. And capability is thought to be this combination. Oh, there's somebody who hasn't muted. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Can somebody mute themselves, please? So capability is this combination of having high physical pain tolerance, as well as overcoming the life instinct ultimately, and having fearlessness, being high levels of being fearless about dying. And again, the second last one, mental imagery. We think that people who have thoughts of suicide and they have these mental images of dying or death, they're more likely to act on their thoughts. And then the last is past behavior. The single best predictor of any future behavior is whether you've engaged in that behavior in the past. And that's exactly the same here. People who've engaged in any form of non-suicidal self-injury or suicide attempts in the past are more likely to do so again in the future. It's a statistical increase in risk. So the take-home message from this slide, though, is that although things like defeat and entrapment and burdensomeness are important in the emergence of suicidal thoughts, it's these volitional phase factors which are key in understanding that transition. These volitional factors at the heart of the sort of crossing the precipice. And we and others have done a range of studies which have tested that. Okay, so what I want to do now, I've focused in thus far on the psychology of suicide risk. I want to do two things before in the last 10 minutes. I want to talk about some of the work we've been doing on the cortisol system, on the stress system, and then I want to end on safety planning, because safety planning is something we can do, hopefully, to interrupt suicidal thoughts, so suicidal thoughts do not become suicidal acts. So we have done a lot of work recently trying to understand how the body responds to stressful situations and whether that response is different in people with suicidal histories. And we focused in on the hormone cortisol, because cortisol is one of the hormones which we often describe as the fight or flight hormones. We need cortisol to be released when the body is under threat, because if the body is under threat, we need to make a decision about whether we should flee the situation or fight. And the work I'm going to describe a couple of studies in which we've looked at this in an experimental setting with people with different suicidal histories. But the key take-home message will be that there's evidence of what we describe as a dysregulation of the cortisol system in people who've been previously suicidal. And that dysregulation is what's known as a blunted or a flattened cortisol response. So as you'll see in a couple of slides' time, people who've attempted suicide in particular are releasing less cortisol in response to stressful situations compared to those with no suicidal history or who've just thought about it. So this is work I've published in conjunction. You'll see there's two O'Connors on this slide. I have an identical twin brother, Daryl, who's a stress researcher in the UK as well, and we do this work together. And this is us planning the work many years ago as we were young bairns, as we say in Scotland, babies. And Daryl and I collaborate a lot more recently. So that's just a wee slight break from the intensity of the sort of depth material. Okay, so work that Daryl and I have done, looked at cortisol, but we've also looked at it in the context of childhood trauma. Because what we'll see in a second is that the trauma people experience early in life is associated with how much cortisol they release today in the laboratory. So as I said already, we've done work in which we've compared people who've attempted suicide, people who've just thought about suicide, and those with no suicidal history. And this slide, first of all, is illustrating the awful reality. If you look at the black bars, that people who have attempted suicide report significantly higher levels of childhood trauma than any of the other groups. And that is evident irrespective of how you assess which indicator of childhood trauma. And indeed, another way of looking at exposure to trauma is we can classify it into moderate to severe levels of childhood trauma. And again, a really stark slide here, the black column, those who've attempted suicide. 80% of them will report moderate to severe levels of trauma. So it's clear that there's a relationship between childhood trauma and suicide risk. Now, in the study I mentioned already, we looked at people's cortisol response when we do what's known as a stress challenge, or we induce stress in the laboratory. And all I want you to take from this slide is, in this study, we brought people into our lab, controls who had no suicidal history, people who just thought about suicide, the ideation group, and people who had attempted suicide. And we're able to, throughout this study, assess cortisol in saliva, right? So monitoring saliva throughout. And about here, about 10 to 15 minutes into the study, we do this stress induction. And we're looking to see, do people start releasing cortisol? Because that's what you would expect to see with the fight or flight response. And what's really evident here in the red line is the people who've attempted suicide, they're releasing the least cortisol. So that's evidence of this blunted cortisol response. So what that illustrates is in the context of suicide risk, the psychophysiology is conspiring against somebody. They're not releasing enough cortisol. And if you then add that to the idea that if you haven't released enough cortisol and you feel trapped and overwhelmed by pain, you can start to see how this perfect storm of factors leads to suicide risk. Now, the last thing on the cortisol is then looking at what is the relationship between cortisol and childhood trauma. And again, I'll just highlight the key take homes from this. This bottom line here is those individuals who were reported high exposure to childhood trauma. And we've got cortisol again on the y-axis. And again, the key take home message is we can predict how much cortisol people who are suicidal release in our laboratory setting from how much trauma they were exposed to as children. So that's really concerning. It illustrates the importance of taking a lifespan perspective when we're thinking about suicide risk. Okay, so in the last 5 minutes, I'm going to change tack again, and then hopefully we'll have 10 minutes for questions. So thus far, I've tried to illustrate the complexity of understanding suicide risk, and then focusing in on the factors that lead to the suicidal thinking, this defeat and entrapment. And then the last section, I've really focused in both psychological and physiological factors associated with this transition from thinking about suicide to acting on thoughts of suicide. So then crucially, what we should be trying to do then is, if we can't stop somebody from being suicidal in the first place, can we do anything to interrupt this transition from having thoughts to acts? And that's where I think safety planning and other psychological interventions can play an important role. Indeed, this slide here just illustrates the evidence base we published a couple of years ago of the growth of evidence in terms of psychosocial and brief interventions, which are associated with increased, these interventions increase protection against suicidal behavior. But as I said, I'm just going to focus in on safety planning for the last couple of minutes. So safety planning, again, is this idea. It's a very, very brief intervention, which was developed by Barbara Stanley and Greg Brown in the United States. It's a brief intervention to help people identify warning signs that their suicidal crisis is escalating, and then to think of strategies, both internal and external strategies, to keep themselves safe, and then also to then keep your environment safe in terms of restricting access to means of suicide. And now in this seminal study Barbara and Greg published with veterans in the US, safety planning with telephone support was associated with a 45% reduction in suicidal behavior. Now, we've recently looked beyond just Barbara and Greg studies, again at another meta-analysis, which is trying to look at the evidence base overall of all the different studies. So again, all I want you to take from this slide is, if we look across different populations, there's growing evidence that this safety plan, these brief interventions, can reduce suicidal behavior. So it's really, really important that we're building on the evidence base. Now, we have also done a study in the UK together with Barbara and Greg, and we've looked at safety planning and telephone support in UK context. And this is just obviously for a reminder of obviously what a safety plan can look like. But in this study we did in the UK, and this is just my last, just to bring it to a close and to hopefully tie it up nicely together, what we did was we did a feasibility study, and we asked people about using the safety plan and what they thought about it, and whether they used it in that period of crisis immediately after an index suicide attempt, when they're discharged from hospital. So this is people who had all attempted suicide. And one of the things that came across from speaking to people was But what's important about safety planning is that it's delivered compassionately, and it's a collaboration between the individual who's in crisis and the person who is delivering the safety plan or working with them to create the safety plan. And it's also important to recognize that it is a dynamic document. It changes over time. And basically, it's not a long-term tool for mood regulation, and it shouldn't be used for people at imminent risk of suicide. Now, when we then did more detailed interviews and asked people about using the safety plan, I just want to highlight a couple of key things before I bring it all to a close. The first of all, when we asked people following a suicide attempt, did they actually use their safety plan? Almost 80% did. And I think that's a really important message, because what it highlights is that in that moment of crisis, because we know that crisis, if somebody attempts suicide once, the risk of attempting suicide again in the weeks and months following that index attempt is high. So anything we can do in that crucial period of 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 weeks is important. So it's good news that people are using their safety plan. And they also give other details which are beyond the scope of today of the importance of modifying safety plans over time, because people do change them. They're not static documents. Okay, so just now to bring it to an end, if you want to know more about safety planning, we've got a full chapter in the book. I've got a full chapter in the book about safety planning. And to remind ourselves that safety planning is only one part of understanding the prevention of suicide. This slide illustrates the complexity of suicide prevention. And it looks at all levels, from screening and from anti-stigma campaigns right into psychological in-depth treatments, as well as counselling and crisis helplines and so on. Okay, so just to finish then, my call to action. We can all do something to try and reduce people feeling entrapped. And if we can, whatever we can do to reduce the likelihood that somebody feels entrapped should improve their well-being. And through improving somebody's well-being, we can hopefully prevent suicide. So then, just to conclude, what I've illustrated, or tried to illustrate, is the importance of thinking about suicide as ending pain, somebody's attempt to ending pain, rather than ending one's life. And we're trying to think about suicide prevention. We need to look beyond mental health problems and the treatment of mental health problems and tackle inequality. So the data from COVID really illustrated that inequality which is out there, and that stigma and discrimination and those myths still persist. But crucially, as we all work together in this field and our different roles, we need to support each other, as well as being compassionate to ourselves and compassionate to others. And crucially, the collaboration is at the heart of it. Collaboration with a person in distress, so we can make them feel safer in this world, will help protect against suicide. And then very lastly, the factors that lead to suicide, suicidal thoughts, are different from the factors that lead somebody to act on their thoughts. And then when we're thinking about intervening or helping people who are vulnerable, that's an important message. Is it an intervention to prevent somebody becoming suicidal, or like safety planning, is it an intervention which is preventing somebody from crossing the precipice? And hopefully by all of us working together, playing our own different roles, we can hopefully tackle that scourge and that challenge of reducing the deaths by suicide, so they're not next year another 703,000 people who lose or struggle to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor. Thank you for being here with us and for a wonderful presentation. I think there were parts of your presentation that tied really well into Anna's presentation. She also mentioned Joyner's interpersonal theory. And so you being able to take the one factor of that and take it a step further into what changes from thinking into action is so valuable to everyone. And we do have a couple of questions coming in, so I'm going to get to those now. So the first one is, do you think that the idea of planting the idea of suicide in someone's head by asking or talking about it is part of the problem of not starting the conversation?
Absolutely. I think that if I understand the thoughts behind the question, yeah, I mean, I've certainly come across lots of people over the years who said they're frightened of asking the question, asking directly about whether somebody's suicidal, because their fear is it will plant the idea in their head. So yeah, I think that is what's part of the problem for starting the conversation. But the other bit is, if we ask that question, it's a difficult question to ask. And our biggest fear is, what happens if the person says, yes, I'm suicidal? That is, in one level, a really frightening outcome. And the other thing is, if we're frightened of the answer being yes, we might implicitly convey that in the way we ask the question. And then the person who you're asking it of thinks they don't really want to know the answer. And if they think you want the answer to be no, the answer will be no. That was a very convoluted way of saying so what we need to be all doing in training and support is supporting people in asking that question, so that we make it easier for people who are suicidal to say yes. And part of that stigma, part of that is training and promoting the conversations more broadly around mental health.
I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. O'Connor. I think also acknowledging that, just like you said, it is a difficult question to ask. You will stutter and stumble over it, and that's okay. The closer you are to the person that you're asking, the harder it is to ask the question, right? If there's not that clinical detachment to a degree. And that's okay as long as the question is asked.
Yeah. And at the heart of it, and I talk about it in the book about people I've met on my journey who have stumbled over asking the question, but it was still effective, right? Mm-hmm. And I think only by us asking the question will we get better at asking it, of course. And I think as long as you do it with compassion and common humanity, you're unlikely to do any harm in terms of offending the person, right? So because in my experience, most people I've personally asked that question of are relieved that somebody's asked it, because there's often a sense of shame associated with being suicidal. And it's this unburdening, if I can speak, of that shame, which is so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, the next question we have is, having done QPR, a common suicide prevention training, there are often discussions about whether there are always warning signs, as participants know of a suicide that appeared impulsive with few, if any, signs. Can you speak further about that myth?
So the challenge with the warning signs is the warning signs are really easy in retrospect, and that's the sad reality of it. But I think that yes, some suicides are impulsive, and that and there are very few warning signs, and I think that's just a reality. But I do think that the reason that I think it's still important to highlight the fact that there are warning signs is that if we're attuned to an individual, we might be able to spot changes in behavior, which are maybe not necessarily traditional warning signs. So I think it's recognizing the tailored response and recognizing that the reality is that our ability to predict suicide is no better than chance. But if we work with this idea that suicide is preventable right up until the final last moment, then part of that is us trying to identify warning signs which are specific to that individual. But I think it's about opening up a conversation with somebody that you're in a better, if it's somebody you're working with or a friend or family member, that we can better understand that.
Right. Yes. Thank you. I love what you said about being attuned to it, knowing what to look for. It will help you see the signs. Okay. So next question. I'm assuming this means in your research, in terms of who had pre-existing mental health diagnoses, what mental health diagnoses did you see the most? Depression.
So again, obviously, in general population studies, there's always the largest group, or the clinical presentation will be depression in some guys. But I think it's important that we remember, though, that obviously different clinical diagnoses have different risks associated with them in terms of suicide. And so, for example, bipolar disorder has higher risk of suicide than, say, major depression. So yeah, but depression and anxiety would be the common ones we would see.
Thank you. And now What if on the question about suicidal ideation, the individual states, I don't want to respond, as well as to all related questions?
Well, and just say that's fine. We have to respect an individual's autonomy, and it's an individual. So, but part of it is, I think, creating an environment that maybe on that one day the person doesn't want to engage or to have that discussion, but later does. So I think provide respect, humanity, compassion, and then hopefully over time the relationship is built such that the person will discuss it.
Excellent. And one last question here. Do you see differences across time between initial compared to chronic suicidal thoughts and behavior?
So the way I'm interpreting that question is, so when we've done some work looking at people with who have engaged in repeated suicidal behavior, and compared to maybe single episode suicidal behavior, we think that the transition from thoughts to acts, it gets shorter the more often that you engage in suicidal behavior. So I think that's what, if I understand that question, that's what I see. Now, obviously the challenge then is, it's really difficult to intervene because your time period for intervention is less. And that's why things like safety planning are so important, though, that you're, in so much as we can, empower somebody to keep them safe in that moment of acute crisis. So obviously restricting access to the means in a collaborative way can hopefully save somebody's life in that quicker transition.
Excellent. And even though I said that was the last question, another really great question comes in that I personally want to hear the answer to. Are there studies demonstrating changes, improvement in cortisol response post-treatment? And if so, what types of treatments or interventions create this biological change, so increased cortisol?
Brilliant last question, and I'm conscious of the time. So there's no evidence, there's no direct evidence in the suicide field, but there is evidence that from other fields that mindfulness, right? Mindfulness has been shown to improve cortisol reactivity. So some improvement, not back to maybe initial levels, but obviously there's evidence there. Now, the other thing I'll say very quickly on that is that there is natural recovery. So in our study where we show that difference between the suicide attempt group and the ideation group, where it's flattened, when we do subgroup analysis looking at when the suicide attempt occurred, and those in which the suicide attempt was more historic, there is evidence that their cortisol levels had recovered. Now, we don't know what the cause of that recovery was. So that's a positive message, I think, to end on, is that I think recovery does happen, but what we need to better understand is, can we intervene so we can speed that recovery up and protect as many people as we can?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. O'Connor, for being here today, this morning, and for your excellent insight into this. To our participants, we're now moving into our break time, and we will come back at 11:15. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm bringing everyone back from our break, and I just feel that it's necessary to say what fabulous presentations we've had so far. So no pressure on our next presenters here, but wow, it's been a great morning. So next we have Rhonda Hart, and she is from the VA in Philadelphia. Rhonda is a licensed social worker, licensed clinical social worker. She is currently working at the VA Medical Center as the Community Engagement and Partnership Coordinator in the Suicide Prevention Program. She also has worked previously in the HUD/VASH team to prevent homelessness in veterans who are in Philadelphia using a functional zero model. And her other work has been prior to the VA was with psychiatric social work in the prison system in Philly. So Rhonda has just a tremendous amount of experience, and she's here today to talk about SAVE training, which I think I could say it that way. And we welcome you, Rhonda, and are so happy to have you with us.
Thank you, Nancy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My camera's working.
Your camera's working, you're good.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nancy, for that intro. I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well and enjoying this fall weather as I have been. As Nancy mentioned, my name is Rhonda Hart. I am a licensed clinical social worker and have been a licensed clinical social worker for about 15 years now, showing my age a little bit. But I'm so happy to be here, so happy to see you all. This is just a great opportunity. I currently work for the Corporal Michael J. Crescenz VA Medical Center, formerly the Philadelphia Medical Center, as the Community Engagement and Partnership Coordinator in the Suicide Prevention Program. I am a suicide loss survivor. My brother died by suicide in 2006. I also come from a family of service members and veterans. So my nephew currently is active duty in the Army, and he's stationed in Italy, having the time of his life, which is nice. It's nice to see him enjoying himself and also serving our country. So again, I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I'm gonna jump right in and talk to you guys about the VA SAVE program. Okay, was that my right slide? So Nancy, I am in charge of the slides, right?
Rhonda, you have control of the slides, yes.
Okay. All right, so we're a little out of whack. We need to back up here and go to slide 3. So let's see if we can do that by using the arrows and not giving everything away here. Okay, so today we'll discuss ways that everyone can contribute to a safer environment for veterans at risk for suicide. We understand that this, is really a sensitive topic. I understand that, like so many of us here, and that people in attendance today may have had personal experiences involving suicide. So if you need to take a break, please do. Please take care of yourself. Feel free to reach out to me after this presentation if you need support. Or if you find you need to talk to someone at any time, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which I know lots of us are familiar with here. So I'd like to offer you guys the opportunity to pull out your phones. I know you don't usually get to use your phone during a presentation, but please pull out your phone and I will give you the telephone number to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline so that you have it in your phone stored. It's always there. That number is 1-800-273-8255. And for service members or veterans, you would press 1. Okay? All right, so a little bit of an overview. This program is really focused on preventing suicide attempts and saving lives that might otherwise be lost to suicide. It's designed to train everyone who knows a veteran to be a gatekeeper. That's a familiar term. I know a lot of us have gone through the QPR training. And so this is much of a gatekeeper training. The role of gatekeepers is connecting those at risk of suicide with people who can help them. You can save lives by being sensitive to people in distress and by connecting them with care. Okay. Go to my next slide over here. All right, before we continue, what's the biggest question around suicide and talking to people in crisis that you have? Usually when we do these talks, there is, a civilian, a person, a family member that has a question in the back of their mind and they're wondering, So what is that question? What are you thinking about? Do you have any reservations? Or can you offer a suggestion or a thought that could be helpful for someone else? Nancy, I'm not sure if people can unmute and speak, or are we waiting to question and answer?
Rhonda, this is Nancy, and yes, we are going to wait until the end of the talk to take questions at that time. So that would be around 12 o'clock, 11:45. Okay.
Sounds good. So hold your questions. We will come back to that. Thanks again, Nancy. All right. So now we're going to get into facts about suicide. So we know that suicide is a national problem, and that's why we're here. It's not a problem that, just veterans or just a particular population deal with, but rather it's a national problem. And unfortunately, with rising rates of suicide in the general population, in addition to suicide rates that are higher and are actually rising faster, among veterans than among non-veterans. So we know, and the presenters before me who were wonderful, I am really hopeful to continue the dialogue after this conference, mentioned some of these factors, societal factors, such as economic disparities, race, ethnicity, LGBTQ disparities, homelessness, social connection and isolation, health and well-being, all play a role in suicide. And then, of course, we're living during difficult times during the coronavirus pandemic, and that too has placed a strain on the nation, and really on all of us, if we're being honest, right? We've all been affected. So one suicide is heartbreaking, and that's the language that we use here in the VA. And it notably affects 135 surviving individuals for each death by suicide. So if one veteran dies by suicide, it is estimated that 135 people connected to that veteran is also affected. So suicide is it not only affects the person, it's not just an individual issue, but it is a community, a societal issue, because it really affects all of us. Okay. All right. So just recently, the VA rolled out the national, just keep my slides here, the National Veteran Suicide Prevention Annual Report. These usually come out about every 2 years. So we got the most recent report, and that is right here. The link is right here on my slide. It is probably about 200 pages. So definitely want to, I can drop this link in the chat, or I could, work with Nancy to make sure that everyone gets this link, because this year report suggested the steps that the VA has taken to prevent suicide amongst veterans have made an impact. However, there's still so much work to be done. VA continues to reach out to our nation's health systems and communities to build a network that can benefit both veterans and the general population. So we're going to come back to anchors of hope. We'll circle back to that. So let's take a look at the data. My favorite. No, I do like the data. I like statistics. So this is fun stuff for me, but I know it's not always fun for everybody else. So you'll see here that in 2018 and then 2019, veteran suicide decreased from 6,660 to 6,261. So we actually had 233 fewer veterans die by suicide from 2018 to 2019. So that's good news. We still have a lot of work to do because there's still 6,261 veterans that are dying by suicide or that died by suicide in 2019. And of course, we'd like to eliminate that. Okay. All right, so the blue line here represents veterans and the orange line represents civilians. This figure indicates that the difference in adjusted rates between veterans and non-veterans was highest, as you can see the peak up there, 2017, and lowest in 2019. So when we look at age-adjusted suicide rate per 1,000 for male and female, we find that despite the decreases, veterans continue to have a greater risk of suicide. This slide, which looks really busy, but also really cool, talks about the unadjusted suicide rates for veterans by race. So if we take a look here, we see in 2019, suicide rates were highest amongst veterans who were white and lowest amongst veterans who were Black. So we can see the solid line being white, yellow dotted line being Black, and we will talk a little bit about Hispanics as well. Okay, so the Hispanic population, the dotted line represents non-Hispanics, while the solid line represents Hispanics. In 2019, suicide rates were greater among non-Hispanic veterans than Hispanic veterans. Okay. All right. So now let's talk suicide deaths, the methods involved. So you'll see here in this nice slide that veteran suicides were more likely to involve firearms. Firearms accounted for 70% of male veteran suicides in 2019, which was up from 69.6% in 2018. Female veteran suicides in 2019 were up from 41% in 2018. So the proportion of firearm-related veteran suicide deaths increased in 2019 compared to 2001. And you can see here where it says veterans in the blue column, veterans, firearms, 2019. And then if we skip over to veteran women, 48%. And then veteran men, among the highest, is 70.2%. And that's the use of a firearm. And then, of course, there are other methods that are listed, but for veterans, 65% of veterans are dying by suicide with the use of a firearm. All right, so suicide's everybody's business. Again, that's why we're here, because we know this. It's everybody's business. We all play a role in it. And there's something for all of us to do. We can all be helpful. So we know veterans don't live, work, and serve in isolation from their community. None of us do. The issue of suicide in the US also affects the veteran population. That's why we're working with an extensive network of community partners across the country to prevent suicide amongst all veterans, including those that may never come to VA for care. No one system can prevent suicide. We know that. It's a shared responsibility. As such, VA has embraced a comprehensive public health approach to reduce veteran suicide rates, one that looks beyond the individual to involve peers, family members, and the community. Yet we know we can't do it alone, as roughly as half of all veterans in the US do not receive services from the VA. This means we must collaborate with partners and communities nationwide to use the best available information and practices to support veterans, whether they're engaged with VA or not. So we're really recommending an upstream approach, right, to suicide prevention. That is, rather than just jumping in the river to rescue someone, so to speak, try to reach them before they get to the water. An upstream approach requires less resources and less energy and can reach more people. The hardest time to intercept someone is when they're already in a state of crisis. So in the slides to follow, we'll address this public health strategy and the programming to make it possible. Remember, suicide prevention is everyone's business. Okay. So we're going to talk briefly about lethal means safety. I know my colleagues have been talking a lot about lethal means safety and safety planning. We'll spend some time talking about lethal means safety in this case. So the time between when a person decides to die by suicide and they act on the decision is often very short, within an hour. A 2005 study found that 71% of attempters estimating that the process took less than an hour. This reality underscores the importance of reducing access to means for those who are at elevated risk for suicide until the risk period subsides, right? Access to lethal means increases suicide risk for everyone in the house, not just the veteran. Acute phase of a suicide crisis is often brief. So building in time and space, even 30 to 60 minutes between impulse to act and the mean to harm oneself can really save a life. We know that people rarely substitute one means for another. So it's important to restrict whatever means they have in mind. Okay. All right. So in the context of COVID-19, VA is really monitoring trends in suicide-related behaviors. Thus far, findings do not indicate increases in suicide-related behavior among veterans in VHA care, but more to come. We will have more information, more data coming. Usually there's about a 2-year lag with suicide prevention data. So it's a good chance that we could receive more information about the impact of COVID-19 in 2023. Okay. All right. Now let's go to anchors of hope. So the first anchor of hope, which, you know, we at VA are really happy about, but we also understand we're scratching the surface here. There's still a lot to be done. But 399 fewer veterans died by suicide in 2019 than in 2018, reflecting the lowest raw count of veteran suicide since 2007. We know from Anchor 2 that from 2005 to 2018, veteran suicides increased on average by 48 deaths per year, a reversal totaling 399 lives within 1 year is really unprecedented. And I will let you guys just take a look at the rest of those anchors of hope. All right. And many my colleagues have also spoken about this today. Suicide is a complex issue with no single cause. And it really is very often the result of a complex interaction of risk and protective factors at both the individual, the community, and the societal level. So we'll talk a little bit more about protective factors and risk factors. There we go. So, and this is common knowledge. This is, we've known this. We've known that, these are risk factors. These are protective factors. And so what we want to do is minimize risk factors and boost protective factors, because risk factors are characteristics that are associated with increased likelihood of suicidal behavior. Some risk factors for suicide include prior suicide attempt history, certain mental health conditions, access to lethal means, stressful life events such as divorce, job loss, death of a loved one, while the protective factors can help offset those risks, right? There are characteristics associated with a decrease and the decrease in the likelihood of suicidal behavior. Some protective factors for suicide include access to mental health services, feeling connected to other people, and positive coping skills. And I'm curious to know what your favorite protective factors are. So that's going to be a question that I have for you at the end. What protective factors are your favorite? And what's missing from up here? I'm happy to dialogue about that, because we could talk a long time about risk and protective factors and what they look like. We know that suicide is preventable. Remember, we talked about lethal means safety. We talked about the research that has been consistent, saying, the time from when someone decides to die by suicide and the attempt is less than an hour. And if we're able to intervene, then we can save a life. All right, so let's talk about some common myths versus realities. I'll give you guys a heads up. This PowerPoint, is usually done in person, right? Like a lot of what we did pre-COVID. So you will see, activities for in-person engagement, and we won't do that here. But I wanted to let you guys know that exists. All right, so let's talk about common myths and realities. Is that the first one? Okay, go back a second. All right, I heard this earlier. I heard this right before it was my turn to talk. Sorry, my camera's moving around a little bit. First myth, people who talk about suicide are just seeking attention. Nah. We don't subscribe to that. So let's see, next step. No matter how casually or jokingly said, suicide threats should never be ignored and may indicate serious suicidal feelings, ideations, Someone who talks about suicide provides others with an opportunity to intervene before suicidal behaviors occur. It's true. All right, let's go to the next myth. Okay. All right, the only one who can really help someone who is suicidal is a mental health counselor or therapist. I'm a clinician, I'm a licensed clinical social worker. And I have to be clear that counselors and therapists are wonderful people and do great work, but we are not the only folks that can help somebody who is suicidal. No, it could be a family member, it could be a neighbor, it could be a friend, it could be a coworker. It can be as long as it's a person. A person can absolutely, I've kind of already gone to the reality. Did you guys notice that? Let's go to the reality. Special training is not required to safely raise the subject of suicide. Helping someone feel included and showing genuine, heartfelt support can also make a big difference during challenging times. So you have it within you already. You can do it. All right, next myth. Was that my last myth? No more myths. Okay. So we will move to the steps of VA Save. And this is really the nuts and bolts of the gatekeeper training. Okay. So all right. So VA Save. We're teaching communities how to help veterans at risk for suicide. So VA Save will help you act with care and compassion if you encounter a veteran who is in suicidal crisis. So there's a wonderful acronym. Don't we love our acronyms? S stands for signs of suicidal thinking should be recognized. A is probably the most important. Ask the most important question of all. Validate the veteran's experience, encourage treatment, and expedite getting help, all of which could save someone's life. Signs of suicidal thinking. Learn to recognize these warning signs. So hopelessness, feeling, like there's no way out. Anxiety, agitation, sleeplessness, mood swings, feeling like there's no reason to live, rage or anger, engaging in risky behavior without thinking, increasing alcohol or drug usage, withdrawing from family and friends. These are all potential signs of suicidal thinking. All right, so the presence of any of the following signs requires immediate attention. So thinking about hurting or killing yourself, looking for ways to die, talking about death, dying, or suicide, self-destructive or risk-taking behavior, especially when it involves alcohol, drugs, and or a weapon. Now it's time to ask the most important question of all. Are you thinking about killing yourself? We know it may be difficult to ask this question, but if it is warranted, we ask. If it is warranted, we ask. If we see, signs, or if our gut tells us that someone is unwell, mentally, emotionally, we ask the question. All right. little bit more about asking the question, right? The do's and don'ts, the things that kind of make you nervous, right? I don't know if I should say this. I don't know if it'll be received well. You know, I don't want to get yelled at, or I don't want to offend anybody. We understand. So here are some of the do's and don'ts. Do ask the question if you've identified warning signs or symptoms, right? Don't ask as though you're looking for no answer. When I worked in a prison, I would hear, folks say, "You're not suicidal, are you?" So they were asking, looking for no answer. No, we want to ask, and we want to, create space and ask very directly and give them the space to tell us what they're feeling. Do ask the question in a natural way that flows with the conversation. Don't wait to ask the question when someone is halfway out the door. And so I totally understand how that could happen, especially for the clinicians out there. You see somebody, you have a good meeting with them, a good session with them, and maybe they have made some progress in the area. And so, you don't think to ask about suicidality until they're at the door about to leave. We get that, we understand. But again, now that we have an opportunity to have this conference and to talk about the do's and don'ts, we can be more aware of, not waiting until they're about to walk out the door, and to ask in a really natural, flowing way. All right. So as I mentioned, this presentation is usually done in person. And so we are not in person, but that's okay, because we can have a dialogue about this afterwards. So we can talk about what are your thoughts about asking the questions and what initial concerns that you may or may not have. So we will get to that. All right. Now we're moving on to V, which is validate. So when we validate a veteran's experience, we're talking openly about suicide. It's a thought, it's a feeling. We're going to talk about it. Be willing to listen and allow the veteran to express his or her feelings, right? Recognize the situation is serious. Don't pass judgment. Try not to laugh or make light of the situation. Reassure the veteran that help is available. It is available. Okay, so now I'm going to give you just a couple examples of, how you can validate a statement. So you can, say something like, anyone in your situation would feel that way. I've said that to people because it's true. Of course you're overwhelmed. If a person tells you they have a million different things going on with a million different feelings, I'm exaggerating, but of course, it's appropriate to say, it sounds like you're overwhelmed. Of course you're overwhelmed. I'd be overwhelmed too. We can be honest here. Or you've been struggling with a lot. This would be too much for anyone to handle. Okay. Now we're moving on to E. Encourage treatment and expedite getting help. No keeping secrets. If someone says that they will talk to you about an issue only if you promise not to tell anyone, it's important to be upfront and saying you cannot make that promise because you care about them and you want them to get the help that they may need. You don't want to keep a secret and then regret it later. All right. So if you can help it, don't leave them alone or her alone. If there's someone around that could sit with them, while you make the phone call, that would be helpful. Try to get the person to seek immediate help from his or her doctor or the nearest local emergency room. Usually it's the nearest emergency room that someone would go to. And sometimes folks need support. They may need you to go with them, or they may need somebody else to go with them. So be prepared for that, because that could happen, okay? Reassure the veteran that help is available. Call the Veterans Crisis Line, and here's the number. And you already have it in your phone. So if you encounter a veteran, you can call this number, and in a perfect world, the veteran would be taken to the VA hospital. We do know that, when it comes to emergency care, whether it be medical or mental health, that ambulances are instructed to take folks to the nearest hospital. So they may not bring a veteran to the VA hospital. So if there's a way that you can get a veteran to the VA hospital, the ED, that's always great. All right. Uh-oh. My slides are, here we go. So we talked about this. We talked about encouraging treatment and expediting getting help. Now, when talking to a veteran at risk for suicide, just some things that you want to keep in mind that you would do for, another person. It's just maintain open body language, signal interest in the other person and in the conversation, maintain a relaxed posture. A lot of folks, have said, go to your happy place. So if you have a happy place, you may need to go there for a few seconds so that you can be present for a veteran. But maintain a relaxed posture, lean in closer, use direct eye contact, and nod in agreement to show the veteran that you're present in the moment with them. What to do if a veteran expresses suicidal ideation during a phone call. And for my clinician friends out there, again, we know what this could be like. Some of us know what this could be like, For me and others, it has happened on a Friday at the end of the day when you have plans that you're looking forward to for the weekend. It happens. So if you need to call on your support, within your environment, that's always great to do if you have that available. But keep the caller on the line. Do not hang up or transfer. Because, veterans tend to not appreciate, what they call folks passing the buck, right? If they reach out to you, they want your help. They want you to help them. So, so don't transfer, remain calm, obtain identifying information for the caller, their name, their telephone number, their current location, and their last four of their social. Because if you're able to get in touch, okay, I see I got 5 minutes, so I'm going to be talking a little faster. But if you're able to transfer them to the VA hospital, having their last four is very important. Conference call, you can conference call the VCL line, and they can pick up with, where you left off with talking to the veteran, soliciting coworkers for assistance via Skype, If a caller disconnects, we definitely want to call 911 and the VCO. Okay, 5 minutes, guys, and I am going to be wrapping up soon because we don't get to do this practice session because we're not in person. So we will go through that. And so remember SAVE. Remember VA SAVE. Signs of suicidal thinking should be recognized. Ask the most important question of all. Validate the veteran's experience. Encourage treatment and expedite getting help. And again, a lot of this is in-person dialogue. Okay, so I'm just gonna zoom through this. And this is our opportunity to debrief, to talk about thoughts and feelings. Now I'd like to offer some resources in closing. So the VA SAVE training program is online. So you can share this with your staff, with your colleagues, family members. It takes about 25 minutes, and it's the same information that you're getting here, that you're sharing. Because the more people that are empowered and know how to help a veteran in crisis, the better. Okay, here's the Veterans Crisis Line that we talked about. And this is just, the number of calls that we received. Make the connection.
Rhonda, your slides are not advancing, so I don't know. Okay. Some of that valuable resource, if you can kind of get that up there, that'd be great for our folks.
Okay, thank you so much. I was actually just kind of going through so quickly. I know my time is coming to an end. But again, here is VA SAVE, and then I'll just go right to the resources. Thanks again, Nancy. You're great.
You're welcome.
Okay, so here is the VA SAVE program that I was just talking about, that you can share this link with your friends and family members, neighbors, so that they can get information about, signs, asking the question, validating, encouraging veterans, and expediting services. Here again is the VCL, or Veterans Crisis Line. And so that it is open. There's this misconception that the Veterans Crisis Line is just for veterans. Not true. It's also for family members, service members, and friends. Okay, and that's just the number of calls that are received. Here's the Be There initiative. So with a text or a call to show that you care, there's a link right down here that could help you set that up.
My name is Ryan. And
so I'm not going to play this video now, but Make the Connection. Make the Connection is an awesome resource, online resource that connects veterans, their family members and friends and other supporters with information and solutions to issues affecting their lives. And that's always a really good resource to hear directly from veterans. Coaching into Care. It's a program for families and loved ones of veterans, helping them encourage the veteran in their lives to seek support. So Coaching into Care is also a really good resource for family members, clinicians, civilians in general. You can find your local VA suicide prevention coordinator. And here is the website, veteranscrisisline.net/resource locator. And this is just a continuation of that resource locator. So you can locate the resources that you're looking for. Veterans Outreach Toolkit. This is the online version, actually. So if you click the link below Access to Toolkit online, it will come up for you and is available for you and has a ton of really good resources. And then there's a Community Provider Toolkit, which I love. It's a great manual full of good information for community stakeholders. So take a look at that, and you can access that via the link. And then there's Suicide Risk Management Consultation. So if you need a consultation, you can definitely schedule one, and the link is right down the bottom. This is an awesome, awesome resource for clinicians. So please, if you need to, have a consultation around treating a veteran, this is your friend. This resource is definitely your friend. All right. Okay.
Okay, Rhonda. Well,
Nancy, that looks like that's it for me.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that valuable work that you're doing with our veterans and families. You have some really great resources there, so we appreciate you sharing them with us. I did want to mention, there's some running themes that we've seen through several of our presentations this morning, and that is really to start the conversation. And you gave some good ways to do that, as well as Dr. O'Connor and Anna as well. I also heard some talk about going upstream, similar to Anna's talk. So I really do think that we're kind of really doing great work here, and that all three presentations, are kind of have a similar theme going through them. But your work with veterans is valuable. So we have a couple questions.
Sure.
The first one is the statement, the suicide prevention is everyone's business. How does the family restrict access to medically needed medication to an adult if that is identified means?
So if it is, family members are so valuable to, veterans care and just care in general. They really are the backbones of the family. We can't underscore the need and the great support that family members provide. However, if it's a veteran who is an adult and is cognizant and is able to direct his or her care, then we would follow the veteran's direction. So, there unfortunately, there are times where family members don't necessarily agree with the veteran or with the adult, right? But if they're an adult and they're able to make those decisions, that ultimately is what happens, because it's their right to self-determination.
Okay, thank you so much. The second question is, what strategies has the VA found to make mental health a more culturally viable option for veterans?
That's a really good question. Prior to being in this role, I worked as a minority veteran program coordinator for the Corporal Michael J. Crescenz VA Medical Center. And there was talk about, having professionals, having, therapists that share the same culture as, certain veterans, right? And so the VA has heard that, and we're at a place where we are recruiting lots of therapists. So definitely check in with us, check in with the behavioral health department, and have a conversation with them and see what they're able to do, because we have hired a lot of clinicians and will be hiring more therapists. In addition, we have CBOCs in the different areas. We have a CBOC in West Philadelphia, the West Philadelphia VA clinic, where we have psychiatric staff there. We have a clinic in Camden, Gloucester, Horsham. So I would say, with all of the hiring that's going on of therapists and counselors, that you definitely reconnect with us and reach out to the behavioral health department.
Yeah, that's really great to hear. It actually kind of goes in line with the next question, Rhonda. What is the wait time currently for veterans to access help through the VA? And the biggest complaint that they hear is accessibility and wait time. So maybe these new hiring of behavioral health, therapists and clinics. And then along with the lack of beds for veterans seeking mental health substance abuse treatment as inpatient, not necessarily outpatient.
Yeah, and these are all really good questions. Whoever are posing these questions, definitely send me an email. Let's talk a little bit more. So yes, inpatient beds for drug and alcohol, I have heard has been on the table. A lot of veterans go to Coatesville. They go to Coatesville VA Medical Center for inpatient drug and alcohol. But we do have a program called Care in the Community. And with Care in the Community, if you work with your primary care doctor and you explain the situation, if it's, if you're able to get serviced somewhere else, for whatever the reasons may be, the VA does have a program where they will pay for outside providers if it's a service that the VA cannot serve, or if it's like an arduous task to get to the VA. I think it's like if it's more than 30 minutes. So have a conversation with your primary care doctor and talk to them about care in the community and the other options that you're exploring.
Great. So
as it relates to wait times, Nancy,
yeah.
So I tell people all the time, like you can, in the community, it takes 3 months to get an assessment, a biopsychosocial assessment with a psychiatrist and maybe a therapist. It doesn't take nearly as that long with the VA.
Yeah, that's great to hear, Rhonda. That's really great to hear. Okay, we have one more question and we'll move along. Has there been any change to the stigma of having a mental health issue for veterans?
I think that's something that we talk about often. But personally, I think it's getting better. I've been a part of lots of forums where veterans are talking about, hey, I'm diagnosed with PTSD, and this is what I've done. These are the alternative treatments that have worked for me, or this medication worked better than that. So I am seeing, folks talking openly about their psychiatric treatment. But the stigma, it still exists, right? I mean, it's not just amongst veterans, but I think it's in our society. And I know we all have our personal opinion about this, but I feel like it's getting better. I am happy to hear people talking about the treatment that they get and what their struggles are.
Right. And obviously with more programs like the VA SAVE program, we'll get there. So well, I want to thank you, Rhonda, for your presentation. I appreciate it. We're going to move on to the next break, and we'll be back at 12:30, correct? And thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Nancy.
Some of you work in or know about the importance of crisis call centers in the United States, and I wrote this one for people who are working the lines every day, and tried to imagine what it would be like if something that's so hard as a crisis worker is to not know how a person is doing after you get done talking to them. You work through a really difficult moment or just a really tough situation. You try and give them the help they need, but you don't know what happens next. And so I kind of imagined, you know, what would it be like if somebody called back like sometime down the line and just, I hope I don't get too emotional that I can't sing, but just that they got to close the loop and they got to tell somebody what it meant to them to have that person there. So this song is called "Thank You for Listening."
Hello, everyone. We are coming back for our last presentation of the day. Again, I want to thank all the presenters and all of you for hanging in here with us today. I know that attending a conference online is just never an easy thing, but when you have really good presentations, it makes it very engaging. So I am introducing our last two speakers, who are two people that I know quite well, and so do many of you. So this presentation on de-escalation is being done by Kris Thompson and Nicole Wolf. As I mentioned, I've known the two of them for quite some time, and want to give you a little bit of an introduction on the two of them. Nicole has a master's degree of education, a Master of Education in Counseling Psych from Temple University. She works at Lenape Valley Foundation as our Director of Training and Education. Prior to that, she worked in crisis services at Lenape and was most recently the Director of Crisis Services. So Nicole has a varied background in crisis and all things to do with emergency mental health, behavioral health. I will add here that Nicole is really the one who drives the CIT task force in Bucks County. She is a founding member of the task force, which is the training for law enforcement in crisis intervention, and she facilitates 2 trainings a year for officers in our county. Kris Thompson has a degree, master's in social work from Marywood, and Kris is an associate executive director of crisis services, or the associate executive director of crisis services at Lenape. You noticed the musician playing the guitar with the song. Kris was the link to him through a organization that we're a member of, and Kris is on the board of, which is the Crisis Residential Association, which is nationwide. So thanks, Kris, for linking us to that. It was a lovely song, and I really enjoyed it. Kris also does training for the CIT program, but more prevalent or more important here is his work with suicide prevention. He's a co-chair of the task force for Bucks County. He does training around suicide prevention, and in the CIT training, he does suicide prevention for the officers. So a lot of experience there. I am going to just hand it over to the two of them. I will say at the end, I will do a little wrap up. And so come on, don't hang up at the second that they end their presentation. We'll have Q&A at the end. Again, we'll go over the instructions of how to get your certificates. And if you have any questions, certainly put them into the chat because we will get to them. So Kris and Nicole, here you go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for that introduction, Sharon. I also just wanted to take a brief moment and talk about my work on the Bucks County Suicide Prevention Task Force and our upcoming walk, which will be held on November 6th. So during the breaks, we've been running slides with the information on where to go to register, and you can go to our website and do that. So please join us November 6th, 1 o'clock, the Upper Bucks County Community College campus. It's going to be a great day, walking for hope, and I hope to see you all there. Nicole?
Thanks, Kris. I'm Nicole Wolf. Good to see so many people on here this morning. Before we jump into our slides, I was just asked to take a minute to elaborate a bit on one of the questions that was answered in the previous presentation about medications prescribed necessary medical medications being used or discussed as a potential plan for suicide. And what I would just like to add to what Rhonda said in regard to that question is, yes, adults do have the ability to make decisions about their medical care. At the same time, in a moment when someone is suicidal, medications, even prescribed ones, can serve as a lethal means of suicide. So I equate medication in that sense in the same way I would a firearm, as it could be a lethal means. And we have to have discussions about reducing access to lethal means. And I think the conversation can be analogous to one about a designated driver. If there is a party and there's alcohol involved and someone imbibes too much, you may ask to take their keys for the period of time while they're intoxicated. You're not taking away their right to drive forever. You're asking to hold on to them for a short period of time until their ability to keep themselves safe returns. And I think it could be a similar conversation around medications, even necessary medications. Maybe a caregiver in their life could hold on to them and manage them in the short period of time until a person is no longer in an active, acutely suicidal state. Temporary, not forever. I think that's the difference in the conversation, where it can be a little bit more palatable for a person, that they're not giving up complete control over their management of their medical status and decisions. Okay, so with that, we'll move into our presentation, which is around de-escalating suicide. So for the next 50 minutes or so, this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about de-escalation, specifically as it relates to acute suicidal thoughts and behaviors. We're going to talk about some of the signs and symptoms of someone who could be suicidal. Yes, the people who have presented to us previously, or presented to you all previously, have identified some of these things, but there are a few things that we think are important for you to hear over and over and over again, because like one of the questions that was brought up, a great discussion about when the signs aren't as easy to see in the moment and we only see them in hindsight. Well, if we keep reminding folks of what to look for, they might be just a little bit easier to see next time. We're going to also talk a lot about active listening and de-escalation strategies, news you can use, practical things that you can implement as soon as you log off today, after you listen to Sharon about instructions for what to do following this presentation. And then identify options for both immediate and long-term intervention. I have one disclaimer though, nothing that Kris or I suggests here in this presentation supersedes your own agency's regulations or policies. As some of the other presenters talked about, maybe there is some advocacy that could be done to allow mental health conversations to be easier to have in schools. But the bottom line is you have to rely on your existing regulations and policies. And hopefully what we will add is to your repertoire of skills rather than replace anything. And before we move on to the next slide, I just want to take a minute. Sometimes when people think of de-escalation, they think of, when I say I'm going to give you strategies that you can use, what Kris and I are going to give you is not going to be a magic wand, right? We're not going to give you the ability to say, poof, you're de-escalated. That's just not the way it works. What does work though, is when someone in the life of a person who is struggling with any kind of behavioral health issue, especially suicidal thoughts, is for the people around them to notice what is going on. That's what we're going to talk about. How do you become noticers of the signs and symptoms of suicidality, and then offer a safe space through active listening for that person to tap into either existing or new coping skills. And that really is the heart of de-escalation, noticing that something's going on and providing a safe space for that person to talk about it And then the conversation can be the intervention sometimes. Okay, so moving forward, how do you notice signs of struggle, of when someone is struggling? You'll notice that Kris and I are not going to go through every diagnosis. We're not going to talk about symptoms of depression, symptoms of anxiety, symptoms of bipolar disorder, symptoms of a substance use disorder, because for the purposes of this presentation, that doesn't really matter. And often for the purpose of a conversation, it doesn't really matter. And sometimes those labels can create defensiveness in some folks. But really what's important is defining a behavioral health struggle, which is something that impacts every aspect of a person's life, the way they think, feel, behave, relate to others, engage in their daily activities, have a level of success in work or in school. When someone is struggling with their behavioral health, all aspects of their lives can be impacted. The other thing that's important to note is that early intervention leads to better outcomes. So this slide contains some of the early things to notice on the earlier end of when someone is moving into a crisis or is struggling, so that intervention can happen sooner. Don't wait until it's an acute major crisis where you're thinking, oh, I might need to go to an emergency room. Open the conversation earlier because the outcomes are better. And what do I mean by outcomes? I mean less intense treatment needed, right? Like maybe the conversation is the intervention as opposed to a stay in an inpatient psychiatric unit or one of those other higher levels of care. More success in employment, success in school, less breakups, divorce, less problems with the law, less substance abuse when intervention happens earlier. So it's very important. That's why we highlight some of these early symptoms. Also important to note that any one of these symptoms in and of itself might not be something to be overly concerned about. It could be situational, but when you start to see things piling up, the more symptoms might mean more of a level of concern, okay? So some specific things to highlight from this slide. Physically, a person might be more unkempt than usual. I say this because, I know that if you're a person out there who's working with teenagers, sometimes teenagers are just unkempt by nature. So that's why I say more unkempt than usual for that particular person. Change in weight. Loss is obviously very concerning, but weight gain is also concerning. Cuts and bruises. Again, for physical, it doesn't necessarily matter whether those cuts and bruises are the result of, say, self-harm driven by maybe tough symptoms of depression and anxiety, or maybe they're the result of someone stumbling and falling down and hurting themselves when they're under the influence of substances. For the purposes of creating a safe space, that doesn't matter. It's just noticing that this is occurring to spark that, to pique your curiosity and open that conversation. On the emotional side, I would say under this section is one of what I would say is the most concerning, which is that hopelessness and despair. If someone is behaving in a way, speaking in a way that clues you into, they might be thinking that there's nothing that they or anyone else can do to better or improve their current circumstances, those thoughts are the precursors to suicide. As Dr. O'Connor said, right, that moving from ideation into action, that's where I'd be concerned about that there's that feeling of entrapment, that nothing anyone can do can make me feel any better right now. Under the behavioral piece, things that you see, you might see rapid mood swings, you might see people canceling or not engaging in their commitments, being secretive. And again, that doesn't necessarily matter whether it's because they're so depressed that their body feels like lead and they just can't move out of bed or off the couch or very far away from their safe space, or because, they may be starting to have the early signs of psychosis and hallucinations and delusions are getting in the way of organizing themselves and their commitments. For the purposes of this, it's just noticing, what are you seeing that can pique your curiosity? And then internally, psychologically, it could be, difficulty concentrating, indecisiveness, racing thoughts, mind going blank. These are some of those signs of struggle, signs that could clue you in that someone may be struggling. So our next slide will be talking about some, crisis situations. So the first two are pretty much, in my opinion, no-brainers, right? If someone is having a medical emergency, if they are bleeding, unconscious, or in and out of consciousness, disoriented, confused, having difficulty breathing, that is an emergency room visit, right? And same thing if you believe that they're overdosing on some type of substance, that there's no wiggle room in that, right? For an intervention on your part, right? There needs to be immediate medical attention for those situations. The next couple that we're going to talk about, one on this slide and one over the next few slides, depending on what the specifics of the situation and the intervention, the conversation and the way it goes, it could end up leading to, yes, we need to go to a hospital and have an immediate professional mental health intervention, or it might not rise to that level. So psychosis is a tough one, right? The definition of psychosis is when a person has lost some contact with reality, right? And some of the symptoms could be hallucinations. You can hallucinate all 5 senses. They can be friendly or frightening. Delusions, which is a fixed false pattern of belief. And I think the marker here to help determine the level of risk of harm is how much of the psychosis, how much of the perceptual experiences are interfering with a person's ability to meet their basic needs of safety, right? And if the symptoms of psychosis are interrupting their ability to meet their needs for safety and security, then that might rise to the level of needing a more professional intervention, that the loss of contact with reality has created an inability, has created an unsafe situation. And an important thing to keep in mind when starting this conversation with someone or having a conversation with someone that you suspect might be experiencing psychosis is to not feed into the hallucinations or delusions, but also not invalidate the person's experience. Now that might sound sort of hypocritical, right? So I'm not supposed to feed into the delusion, but I need to validate what they're experiencing. And the trick to that is to focus on the emotions rather than focusing on the content of of the loss of contact with reality. So an example might be, I don't see the things that you're seeing. I don't see things the way you're seeing them. But what I can see is that you're scared or upset or angry. Fill in whatever emotion the person seems to be displaying, or keep it pretty broad, general. I can see that it's making you very upset. And I think I can help with that. And I would like to help with that. So focusing on the emotions rather than what they're seeing or hearing or what they believe. And where the risk of harm comes in is, if a person is experiencing psychosis and they are not on prescribed medications as they, medications that they are prescribed as they should be, or taking them as they should, I'm sorry. And then if we add in any kind of substance, drugs or alcohol on top of that, that combination can lead to a dangerous situation. Typically, a person could harm themselves or someone else in defense of a perceived threat. So if a person is experiencing psychosis, they're not on prescribed medications, and then alcohol or drugs are a factor as well, that ratchets up the level of risk and might need a more professional intervention. Now, the next we've been talking about suicide all day, and so this next slide is really a repeat of what everyone before us has said. And so I just want to take a moment to highlight a few things. And when you look at this slide, on the left-hand side are definite concerning risk factors and things that can contribute to a person's thoughts and thoughts of suicide or suicidal ideation. The things on the right-hand side of the slide are what Dr. O'Connor talked about as the things that can actually move a person from thought into action. And so that's why they're sort of highlighted in the green and the most concerning things that should be a part of any, oh, sorry, I just realized I didn't advance the slide there. So the things on the left, definitely risk factors that can contribute to risk of a person developing suicidal thoughts and suicidal ideation. The things on the right are things that can, when they're present, can actually move a person from ideation into action, thoughts into suicidal actions. So it's very important during any kind of conversation around suicide to address these things. As important as it is to ask the suicide question, it is just as important to ask some of these follow-up questions or look into, if you're a professional in the field, look into the record and see if these things are a part of the person's experience, a part of the person's story, because they are critical in determining level of risk. And you need to know the level of risk in order to determine what to do next. Okay, so I'm going to move on here and reiterate some of the most concerning signs of symptoms. It is much easier for folks that are closer to the person to notice those changes in behavior, someone who has more of an ongoing relationship with the person. But any kind of drastic change in behavior, as was mentioned before, sometimes it's, someone has been very obviously depressed for a long period of time and suddenly they seem to be feeling much better. That can actually be a little bit of a concern and something that should pique your curiosity and encourage you to ask some questions. Obsessing about death or dying, that lack of belongingness, connectedness, purpose, a sense of burdensomeness. And as Dr. O'Connor mentioned, feeling trapped, that feeling of entrapment or agitation is one of the most concerning risk factors. It is unbelievably important to ask the question. As we discussed, you might stumble and stutter over it, and it might take you a few tries within a conversation, but it's critical to ask, to get the words suicide or kill yourself into the question somehow eventually. Are you thinking about suicide? Are you thinking about killing yourself? Asking it using euphemisms like, are you thinking of hurting yourself? Isn't going to get you the data that you need to assess level of risk and therefore make the best decision for your next step moving forward and how much of a professional intervention might be needed. Another way to ask the question is to normalize it. Sometimes, here's an example, sometimes when people get really sad, they think about suicide. Are you thinking about suicide? Or even take a step a little further, shame attenuation. I can understand how someone who's struggling in the ways that you are would think about suicide. Are you feeling that way? Make it okay for them to have these thoughts. It's okay to have the thoughts. It's not okay to act on them, right? And that's the point we want to make here. And that will create that feeling of safety for the person, that you are someone that they can trust with these unbelievably scary and difficult and complicated feelings that they might have about suicide. So when is it really high risk? When do we need to take immediate action, and a conversation might not be as much. And Kris is right after this slide. I'm turning it over to Kris, and he's going to talk about how to manage those tough conversations. But when conversation isn't going to be enough is when there's a very high level of risk. And I include danger to others as well as danger to self, even though this is a suicide prevention conference, because sometimes those two things sadly go together. We hear a lot, if someone has been a danger to others or has significantly hurt someone or killed someone, too often they, turn that onto themselves and attempt or complete suicide. So if someone has a past history of violence and is currently threatening someone, and they are maybe, if they're struggling with psychosis or not taking prescribed medications and then abusing substances, that can create a very high level of danger. In terms of someone being a danger to themselves, the real high risk factors, if there have been previous suicide attempts or recent suicide attempts or recent hospitalization with a current specific plan and access to means, if the person is not willing or able to engage in the process of safety planning. I loved what Dr. O'Connor said about safety planning, that process in and of itself is a brief intervention, right? It is the process of safety planning is a brief intervention. If someone is not able to engage in that process, that puts them at much higher risk for moving from thoughts into action. And then, of course, the support system or lack thereof. If there are not people in the person's environment who can help support them in maintaining their own safety, that increases the level of risk. Okay, so for now, I'm going to turn it over to Kris.
Thank you, Nicole. We're going to watch this short video.
It's just, there's all this pressure, And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And it's just, there's all this pressure, And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I'll bet if we got that out of there.
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing.
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
Yeah, see, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See,
out.
you're not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. All of them.
Yeah, that sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. Ow. If you would just...
Don't...
Try to see things my way. Do I have to keep on talking till I can...
So I hope that short little clip has driven a point home that we're going to talk about extensively here in the next few slides. I know many of you have probably seen that short little video. It's a great little clip to kind of get the point across that trying to point out the obvious in a crisis situation is not necessarily where we need to be. We need to be listening and validating and providing support in that instance to help the individual kind of come back down to a place where more rational thought and conversation can be had. So of course, de-escalation is not telling somebody to calm down. I don't know if you've ever been on the other end of receiving that message when you're upset. It doesn't work. At times, mostly it just activates and makes the situation worse. So we are not talking about yelling at somebody and pointing at them to calm down, or pointing out the most obvious thing that might be contributing to their escalated situation. You can go to the next slide. The next thing I just want to point out about de-escalation, we're kind of in that space right now in between identifying somebody who's struggling and could be thinking about killing themselves, and safety planning, right? You can't conduct a safety plan if somebody's very activated emotionally. So it is important that we help them kind of come back down and get to a place where they can engage in a more meaningful conversation. And we're going to talk about why that's difficult. Self-awareness is really important as an individual working with someone who's upset. You want to be aware of how you might react in a very stressful situation, particularly clinicians. Of course, there's a physiological impact when we are faced with what we perceive as danger. And it's our parasympathetic nervous system has dumped a bunch of adrenaline and cortisol into our body. And that's a good thing for many reasons. It helps us focus and be attentive to what's happening in front of us so that we can act quickly. But other things happen too. Increased heart rate, increased respiratory, your breathing might get heavier. You might start to sweat, things of that nature, right? So knowing how you react in a situation that's escalated is really important. It's important to recognize that the individual you're trying to help de-escalate is experiencing those same exact things, that their respiratory is elevated, their heart rate is elevated, and a bunch of adrenaline and cortisol is flowing through their body. And your ability to think clearly in those moments can be somewhat challenging, right? Because your body is kind of constricted and helping you just get out of the way of the fear that you might be faced in the moment. So it's important because you, as a clinician or an individual working with someone who's escalated, you might need to evacuate that situation. If it's really a risky situation, your well-being is at risk, you'll want to be able to get out of the way as soon as possible. So awareness of your surroundings is very important as well. And of course, please leave your own biases and judgments at the door, right? If you're curious and you want to know what the individual's story is and why they're experiencing their escalated situation, why are they maybe considering suicide, or you're thinking that they might be, it's really hard for that to hold space with being judgmental. You can go to the next slide. So principles of engagement. I talk about unconditional positive regard all the time. I feel like it's just the basis of all of this. We have to be able to hold individuals that we're working with, individuals that are struggling in the community, in positive regard as a human. Dr. O'Connor talked briefly about humanity and recognizing that in individuals that are struggling. There's a degree of humanity in all of that. And just holding positive regard for the person, for the human in front of you. We might have problems, right, with the behavior that they're engaging in, maladaptive behaviors, threatening behaviors, assaultive behaviors, dangerous behavior. Yes, those things are problematic, but that we don't define an individual by their behavior. We don't define an individual by the mental illness they may be struggling with. And then we always want to be in a problem-solving mode, not advice-giving mode, problem-solving mode. And we'll talk about that in a few slides. Cultural competence is very important in a de-escalation situation. You want to know as much information about the individual as you can, but again, their role in the community, their culture, their faith. Do they have a religious belief that they practice? Are they engaged in any kind of spirituality? Their sexual orientation, gender identity. Are you using the correct pronouns? If somebody tells you what pronouns they prefer, it's very important that you acknowledge that and go with that as opposed to not. Age, language, economic status, all impact individuals' recovery from an escalated situation. And an escalated situation can be very short, 10 minutes, and it can go over days that somebody can find themselves in an escalated situation. Flexibility is very imperative to what we do in the work that we do. Providing options for an individual is really empowering. Respect, dignity, and conveying a message of hope and recovery. We talk about the underpinnings of suicidal thinking is hopelessness, right? I think Dr. O'Connor really kind of drove that point home with this idea of feeling trapped and that there's no way out. There's nothing's going to help, right? And our role in that is conveying a message of hope that there are options outside of suicide. Recovery is possible for everybody. Again, we talked about providing as much opportunities as you possibly can in a situation. It's essential. And then sharing information, right? Sharing information empowers an individual to make good decisions, decision-making on what to do next. What is my next move, right? And that's really important, that we help individuals and guide them to a next step or a decision that is helpful and not going to make the situation worse. Next slide. So it's important as well as professionals, and going back to the poll in the beginning, I think we roughly 60% of us or more in the crowd are mental health professionals in some regard, either working at schools or working at behavioral health organizations, crisis workers. It's really important that we are attending to our attitude about the job that we've chosen, right? I think it's an understatement at this point to say that the last year and a half has been a challenge above nothing that we have seen, or at least I have seen in my career at this point. And it's really important to keep a pulse on your degree of compassion fatigue and burnout, right? And that might look like a degree of cynicism or pessimism. These attitudes can be very destructive, and they also can add to and make situations more unsafe for yourself, for the individuals that we serve, and for your colleagues. There's some really good research out there that suggests that a negative attitude in the behavioral health world is a precursor to increased number of incidents around aggravated assault in the workplace. So not only does the research kind of weed this out for us, it's also just our professional responsibility to keep those things in the forefront of our thinking as we provide service to the community. Next slide. So, at times it's really important that we take a moment and ask ourselves, what brought me to this job? Many of us have a story there, why we do the work that we do, why this fills our heart. So we have to remind ourselves of that. What is keeping us here? Why are we continuing to engage in this kind of work? What are the benefits that we get out of it, right? I know for me, being able to go to bed at night and knowing what I do for a living helps me sleep better. I'm a part of my community. I'm helping my community be healthier and focus on mental wellness, which is really important. We all have mental health. Mental health isn't something that only a few of us have to worry about. We all have to be concerned about that. And then, of course, what are my attitudes to individuals we serve? Again, going back to this idea of unconditional positive regard. And not only for the individual that's directly in front of us, but for their family members. It's all too often that we also have to engage with family members of a kiddo that we're working with. And it's imperative that we also hold unconditional positive regard for them as well. I think Dr. Mueller talked a lot about those social determinants, those root causes of suicidal thinking. And they're based in this idea of wanting to project this illusion that we're perfect and nothing goes wrong in our family. And that is something that we have to work through. That is a part of the stigma. And I think, again, providing information and education is really important. You know, currently in our crisis services, we're seeing more folks show up that have never had any contact in the behavioral health system. And, you know, we need to take that time to educate them about what they're about to experience. And then, of course, gratitude. Remaining grateful is really important. I highly suggest everybody making a gratitude list from time to time. It keeps you focused on the here and now. Go ahead. So things that are helpful and unhelpful, right? Things that we can say, practical things that we can say. I'm concerned about you. You know, what's your story? Let me help you. What is not helpful is maybe sharing something like, I know exactly what you're going through. The same thing happened to me 2 years ago. You know, Dr. O'Connor made the point of not making it about you, right? This is not about us. This is about the individual in front of us that we're trying to help. It's such a beautiful day. How come you can't see that? You know, how can you be so sad when it's such a beautiful day? That is invalidating. It passes a degree of judgment on the individual that somehow they're broken and can't enjoy the nice day. And we have to understand that mental illness, that is how mental illness can impact us, right? It prevents us from enjoying the things that, particularly depression, the things that we enjoy in our lives. And of course, in the same lines of telling someone to calm down, we never want to tell someone to pull yourself together. Trust me, if someone could pull themselves together and stop thinking about killing themselves, they would, right? That's typically why they're engaged with us and asking us for help. Next slide. Okay, so bringing this together a little bit, how do individuals know that we're listening, right? So nonverbal cues are more than 50% of the equation, right? Particularly in an escalated situation. Eye contact, don't stare somebody down, but yet provide them with eye contact that indicates you're listening. Facial expressions, you know, you don't want to be overly expressive with your facial expressions, but you want to acknowledge the individual and what they're saying so they know that you're listening and you're hearing what they're saying. Open posture, you don't want to be standing there like this or your arms crossed, closed off. That's not going to portray a message to the individual that you're there and welcoming with your arms open. Volume and tone, big part of the equation when we're de-escalating somebody. We want our volume to be lower than the individual who we're trying to de-escalate. And we want our tone to be soft, inviting, non-judgmental. You know, in QPR training, we talk about how to ask the question. And that was brought up, I think, just about by all of our presenters today. So, you know, how we ask the question is really important. You don't want to kill yourself, do you? The tone there is already kind of suggesting the answer to be no to the individual, right? And we don't want that. Listening to understand, not to respond. Nod your head. Yes, I hear what you're saying. And then say things like, that must be really difficult. That must be a hard thing to be going through. It sounds like you might be really sad today. Are you thinking about killing yourself? Next slide. So, okay, advice versus information. Practical, reassuring, and validating. You know, giving advice, again, in a crisis situation is not necessarily what we want to be doing. We want to be giving information. Information equals hope. It provides an individual, it empowers an individual to make decisions for themselves. So it's problem solving, it's self-determination, and empowering an individual to feel in control of the situation that they're having right now. So that's really important. Next slide. Okay. Whoa. Gets away there a little bit. Runaway slides. Putting it all together here. So some do's and some don'ts, right? Don't make assumptions. Minimize their experience. Do not minimize their experience in life. I often talk about adolescents who have had that initial breakup in their life. As adults, I think sometimes we tend to minimize that and, oh, you'll get over it. You'll love again. No worries, right? But we have to understand that that first breakup as a teenager can be devastating. We don't have life experience that would lend us to believe that we'll live again. And I just want to say for that, a breakup in adulthood can be also very devastating. We know that, right? Making threats or promises that you can't keep are not going to help a situation de-escalate. So avoid that at all cost. It's always a good thing to say, I'm not sure about that. Let me find out. I can get back to you about that, right? Don't paint yourself into a corner. And of course, do not restrict movement. Open space is key. If you can get somebody outside who is really escalated, that's a great thing to do. Of course, if the situation is that you don't want that person to run away, then maybe not so. So, context is really important in a de-escalation situation. And again, avoid telling people to calm down. Continuously assess the situation for safety. Listen to understand, not to respond. Speak slowly and confidently. You want to model confidence, right? So you might be really anxious and feeling your heart pumping through your chest and maybe sweating a little, kind of like a duck who's paddling really fast underneath the water and you can't see that, but they look perfectly fine on top of the water. That's kind of how you want to present yourself. And then, of course, engaging in self-talk inside your head about how to stay calm yourself. Offer choice, take breaks if needed, and of course, always come back to debrief the situation. Even with the individual that you're working with, right? Coming back around to debrief what just happened. Next slide.
I'll pick up here and spend our last, am I still muted? No?
You're good.
Okay.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Thanks. I'll spend our last 5 minutes here before we open up the floor to questions, talking about those options, right? So you've noticed something's going on, someone's struggling. Kris gave you tons of great tips and tricks for how to start the conversation. And now you've assessed and determined what's next, but what's next, right? So there are lots of options out there, all different types of professionals and different types of treatments. What I want to highlight on this slide is that not all mental health professionals can prescribe meds. Meds aren't needed in every circumstance. Sometimes that tends to be our quick thing that we jump to. If someone's struggling a lot with tough stuff like suicide, we want to medicate them. But really, as Dr. O'Connor said, the number one diagnosis associated with suicide is depression. Well, there's research out there that says the most effective combination of treatment for depression is talk therapy and exercise. Talk therapy and exercise. I did not mention medication. Yes, there are some really great antidepressants out there that are highly effective, especially in conjunction with talk therapy, but it doesn't always have to be the case. So if you do think medication is necessary, then you would want to get connected with a psychiatrist or a nurse practitioner. Professionals that offer talk therapy are psychologists, therapists, counselors, social workers, and I cannot underscore the importance for kids of making sure to get the school involved. Most of our schools, especially in Bucks County, have resources available right there in the school. It can be a valuable place to start. All right, so, but if it's a little bit more than an outpatient level of let's talk to someone, and there might be, or you're unsure what level of risk there is, you're still trying to figure that out, then crisis might be an option. And I would say that for most folks, starting with mobile crisis could be the right option. Let's meet the person in their environment. So Lenape Valley provides adult and children's mobile crisis for all of Bucks County. While referrals can be accepted 24/7 at the number on the slide, the teams do not operate 24/7 out in the community providing face-to-face interactions. They operate Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. until 11 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. During the week, our busiest times, we have 3 teams with staggered starts throughout the day. On the weekend, we have 1 team. And Outside of the hours listed on the slide, we do have a single mobile crisis worker on call to offer support over the phone or possibly via Zoom if that's an option. But if there needs to be a face-to-face response, that mobile crisis worker would reach out to the police department in the area to ask for their assistance. Also, I would like to say, if you're not sure and you do think you're at a point where you need to call 911, if someone has taken, acted on their suicidal thoughts and made an attempt, or if they're behaving aggressively or have a weapon that they're brandishing, and you need to call 911 and ask for police assistance, ask for a CIT officer. That stands for Crisis Intervention Team. That's the training that Sharon mentioned that both Kris and I are a part of. And those officers have 40 hours, sometimes more, of behavioral health and crisis intervention training. Every department in Bucks County has at least one CIT officer, but even with that, I can't guarantee that a CIT officer will be available should you need them, but it is certainly important to ask when you're calling 911 if it's related to a behavioral health issue, to ask for a CIT officer. Okay, so and there's the number for mobile crisis. And sometimes you might be calling 911 and making a mobile referral at the same time. So the important thing is to just make the call if necessary. Then there are also in cases where mobile might not be an option. I did talk about our staffing pattern, and with all of Bucks County and the large county it is and the high volume of referrals, sometimes it could be a little while for mobile to get onto the scene. If the situation that you're managing is not one that can wait, then there are site-based crisis centers as well. Lenape Valley Foundation oversees or offers the crisis service, provides the crisis services for both Central Bucks and Lower Bucks. In Central Bucks, they are located at Doylestown Hospital, and you would go in through the emergency room. The phone number is listed there. At Lower Bucks, there are two options. 24/7, 365, you can go in through Lower Bucks Hospital's emergency room and see a Lenape Valley Foundation crisis worker there. But all in addition to that, Monday through Friday from roughly 9 a.m. until about 9 or 10 p.m., there is also a walk-in site behind Lower Bucks Hospital in a separate building that's more of an office-like setting, where if a person is not intoxicated and they're voluntary, they can come to the building behind Lower Bucks Hospital. We call it the Lodge. It's where our crisis residential program is housed. And there's the ability to see someone for a crisis assessment in that building. And then if you're in the upper part of the county, St. Luke's Quakertown campus is where the crisis service is. That is not 24/7 at this moment. After 11 p.m. And before 7 a.m. on any given day, you would, if there's a crisis happening in Upper Bucks, they would actually come down to the Doylestown Crisis Service at Doylestown Hospital Emergency Room, or reach out to mobile for a phone support. And I can't highlight the importance of community-based services as just important as the professional ones that we've been talking about. Anonymous groups or support groups, AA, NA, Al-Anon, Nar-Anon, Overeaters Anonymous, grief or bereavement groups, parents of children with behavioral health issues, support groups, whatever you or your loved one is going through, there is some type of support group out there for that. And that level of support, that peer support of someone who has walked in the same shoes as the individual who is struggling, can be just as, if not more effective than some professional interventions, at least just as effective. But being able to talk to someone who's been there, someone who's navigated the system that can be difficult to navigate, I can't underestimate the importance of that. Also, NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, amazing support groups with such a variety of topics. Nutrition, exercise, I already talked about how important that is for depression. I also can't underestimate the importance of sleep. Sleep will make or break you, right? Good sleep will make you, poor sleep will break you. So anything that you can do, and oftentimes nutrition and exercise changes can help improve sleep. Faith, either reconnecting or getting connected to a faith-based organization can be unbelievably helpful in times of crisis and struggle. And then of course, self-help. Some examples might be relaxation, meditation, taking up a new hobby. Dr. O'Connor mentioned the importance of mindfulness and the impact mindfulness can have on cortisol. I can't wait to look into more about the scientific relationship there and what the research is. Books, social networks, all of those things are important when it comes to our overall mental wellness, and leaning on them in times of struggle can be very helpful. Also, just as important, the person who is supporting someone who is struggling through a crisis, especially a suicide crisis, is don't forget to put on your own oxygen mask, right? Or fill your own cup, whatever analogy or metaphor you want to use. It is important to take action to preserve your own physical and mental well-being. Especially in the helping profession. This is not something that you can do passively. This is something that you have to do actively. And there are all different ways to do that and domains to consider when doing that. So find the things that fit well for you. I think we're going to move into, we have some questions and answers now.
Hi everybody, I'm Marjorie Morgan, and we do have a couple of, thank you so much, Kris and Nicole, for a very practical set of skills. But we have got two questions I'd really like to get to that have to do with children. The first is, social media seems to affect my child, and what are some of the best ways to deal with this? Certainly in the news these days.
You want me to take that? I take it.
Sure.
I think the number one thing that we can do with our children and social media is limit the amount of time they're accessing it, right? I think that's number one. I think number two, know what's being said on there, what they're viewing, who they're viewing, and what's being said back to them. Teens particularly don't like that. They see it as an invasion of their privacy, but particularly if there's concerns, then as parents, I think it's important that we have some oversight over that. I think this is a bigger issue that's going to come to head at some point with social media. There's a lot of positives to social media, being connected, being able to share information. The world is connected now, but we are now seeing that there are some negative impacts of that. And just as Dr. O'Connor was, Dr. Mueller was talking about, I cannot wait for that data to be analyzed by our folks in our world.
Thank you. The next question is, how would you talk to a 7 or 8 year old about suicide?
That's a tough one. I think it's a great question, and it's one that is going to be different depending on the 7 or 8 year old in front of you, right? So taking into account individual differences, level of maturity, using language that is appropriate to that child is going to be really important. It's also just as important at that age to ask the question directly. It can be tough. It's scary to think about using those words with a young child. For some of us, we might look at a 7-year-old as a baby, right? But it is very important to get the data that you need. Some 7 or 8 year olds might not really have a full comprehension of what that means. So it's important to ask about that as well. So if you ask that question and they say yes, following up with, what does that mean to you? Because they might not really have a full understanding of death and its permanency at that point. And it might end up being language that they're sort of parroting, things that they've heard, but don't really fully understand the implications of it. It's important not to assume that, though, to always ask about that and take it from there. But it's just as important with a 7 or 8-year-old to be direct.
Thank you. The last question is, do you have a list of Bucks County support groups that we could connect people to?
I see that Jess just put a link to the NAMI. I can't say enough about what they've done, especially since the beginning of the pandemic, with the virtual support groups for just about anything that you can think of. So that's a place to start.
Yeah, there's even a professional support group on Sunday nights that's excellent for professionals in the field. But I'm not aware of a comprehensive list that's been collated at this point, but certainly there are various lists that exist that have multiple resources listed.
It can be difficult. Sometimes groups pop up and stop shortly after that. So those lists are hard to maintain accurately. I would suggest starting with maybe your local hospital. For example, if it's a grief or bereavement group, sometimes hospitals will host grief and loss groups. Churches and other religious organizations will host support groups on various things. So it rather than saying Google it, I noticed that was part of it, because yes, that is very overwhelming and will get you information from all over the world. Start with a specific local trusted organization that is in that person's sphere.
And the new Bucks County Hub is another great resource that you can call, and that individual who's answering that phone line can connect you with the various resources throughout Bucks County. And they do have comprehensive lists of everything available.
I hope everyone saw Amber's point in the chat about with younger children starting up the conversation. Do you ever wish you were never born? I think easing into it, it is really important with younger kids.
Absolutely.
So we've got some links there in the chat, response to other resources for folks. I'm very conscious of the time. And so I want to turn it back over to Sharon Curran for a wrap up and talking about how to get your certificates.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Kris, Nicole. I want to thank all of our presenters today. You did a fabulous job, and I feel lucky to have all of you in my life and here and doing this presentation. So my other thank yous go to the Bucks County Suicide Prevention Task Force, who you see up there on your screen as a sponsor and a participant today. We use Talon as our IT support for this event so that we could run it without a hitch and disconnecting and all those kind of things that we've all experienced. Internal at Lenape, we have a Zero Suicide Committee and group that work on suicide prevention within our organization. And I want to thank all of those folks for being here today and being the moderators and the question people for this event. And many of you may have had contact with people in our development office, Jessica or Suzanne, also in relation to the conference. So I want to give a little shout out to all of them. I want then to remind everyone that once this closes, do the survey, which is the form to say, how is today? And we read every one of these. We look at them carefully so that we can make things better for next year. If you have suggestions of speakers that you'd like to hear more from or topics that you'd like, by all means, put them on those forms. We have already started our search for speakers for next year. So just know that that is a continual thing at Lenape, and that should you ever run across somebody you'd like to hear from, put it in or send us an email. The certificate of attendance is the last thing that downloads in the survey of how today's event went. So if you run into trouble again with that, give us an email and we'll help you. Let me make sure I've hit every topic here. And I can't say enough about all of you being here today, completing. I think that you all get a pat on the back for completing an online training, which it gets hard, as I said earlier today, to focus and to sit for so long, but thank you for doing that. And we hope to see you next year. We hope to see you in a couple weeks here at the walk in Upper Buck. So I know that I'll be there in the morning. And please support the Suicide Prevention Task Force in their big event. We're really looking forward to it. All right, post-event questions, email info@lenapevf.org. And I hope to see everyone again next year. Thank you.